Good afternoon, Lagos. I start by once again thanking Lagosians for their courage, for making decisions based on hope and resisting fear that the ruling party tried to put in them. They came out in spite of all of that, and they showed remarkable courage. And I want to thank Lagos for that. Our message from when we first started and still till today, both His Excellency Peter Obi and myself, has always been about empathy, love, good governance that is both open and accountable. Yesterday, I spent my day visiting victims of today's state-backed terrorism and violence. From Abule Ado to Surulere to Apapa to Ikeja, I met with young men and women that had bullets lodged in their chin, in their face. Just as about to come and take a seat here, I was told that one of our polling agents from Ward K1 in Trade Fair just passed away. I saw people with lacerations, cut all over their body, young men with fractured legs that we had to pay over 800,000 for their surgery. And I want to take this moment to reach out to all of these people that in spite of all the attempts to put fear in them, they stood against it and came out in hope and courage. That I am with you. We are with you. Myself, my deputy governorship, my deputy governor, the party. Together, we are with you. We are by your side. And it is not just lip service. Today, we launched the platform called grvcares2023.com. Please, anyone that has been a victim of electoral violence, log onto this website, upload evidence of this violence, upload your hospital bills, upload a police report if you have it, and we will offset your hospital bills. Because empathy and love is not just lip service, it's in the action. Love is action. And for people that came out in hope and courage, we are going to show that we stand by you, we value you, and we appreciate you. Yesterday, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu called for healing. But healing cannot happen without justice. The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians, spiritually with their fetish diabolic rites that were done during the day, and physically with violence that was unleashed on all Lagosians. There's an attempt to make this seem as though it was a Yoruba versus Igbo situation, and it was limited to certain areas, but it was widespread across the whole of Lagos, from Koshofe to Shomolu to Ikeja. Everybody was affected. Everybody was disenfranchised. Yeah, they want peace. But it's not really peace that they want. They want the peace of a graveyard. They want healing without addressing the issues of bringing justice. So they want the healing of the dead. The thrust of my message is not to the evil cult organization of the APC, but it is to the indigenous Lagosians and Lagosians at large. We cannot afford to have an agberocracy, a militant type government in Lagos State. We all believe that we had gone past this type of politics. We all believe that democracy had been deepened. But we saw not just violence and diabolic means of trying to restrain and belittle the people of Lagos to create a one-party state, all the way from Ikoyi to Ikeja to Ikorodu, were all disenfranchised. They could not campaign based on their past record, so they stoked ethnic strife. For the ambition of one man and his cult, the entire credibility that INEC had built over the last 4 years was ripped into shreds in one day. For the ambition of one man and his cult, we saw our traditional institutions reduced to pawns, to tools, or rites that were supposed to be done at night and witnessed by only the people that have been initiated into the Oro institution was being done during the day, invoking in broad daylight the spell that Senator Tinubu and his court have used to keep Lagos bound. There was no election in Lagos State. It was violence at multiple levels, physically and diabolically. On this ambition, they sowed seeds that potentially can lead to things that we have seen in other countries like the Rwandan genocide. Seeds of discord, seeds that othered our neighbors and people that we have known and have balance and harmony in this state. My dear Lagosians, our enemy they are not our neighbors or our visitors or fellow Lagosians. Regardless of their diverse tongues, our common enemy is violence, insecurity, poverty, stagnation, corruption, and underdevelopment. And the same people responsible for all the things I've listed weaponize poverty and ethnicity to distract us from their evil endeavors and diabolical activities. We will never have free and fair elections under a Tinubu presidency because we can see by their antecedents, you can predict what is to come. Instead, we'll have a military-type one-party system that seeks to disenfranchise and suppress people as opposed to engaging the people, selling their mandate, accounting for the stewardship of whatever positions that they've had. We've seen it happen in presidential to a lesser extent, and we saw their entire vision for Lagos State on Saturday. They have tried to destroy years of delicately balanced ethnic relations, years of intermarriage and friendships, years of commerce, and years of building Lagos into the economic juggernaut that it is. I call on the silent majority, the decent and cultured Lagosians, to speak out. Silence in this regard is not golden. Silence in this regard is acceptance and support. And we cannot be silent. It is enough of the worst of us defining the rest of us. On Saturday, we saw the APC's vision for Lagos, an agberocracy, a government by the agberos, for the agberos, and for the thugs and people that choose to suppress the good people of Lagos. We were all victims. This was not a tribal thing. We were all victims, even as shielded as Ikoyi is, as shielded as VGC is. Everybody, Yoruba, Igbo, South, Northerners even, in Isheri, tried to discriminate against the Northerners that were obedient, that wanted to vote Labour Party. So this is not Igbo versus Yoruba. That's just a cloud that they are trying to use to hide their diabolical agenda for Lagos State. And this agberocracy will affect us all, because the moment that we have thugs running affairs, we have thugs being enabled by the government, we have thugs carrying out state-backed terrorism, we have thugs that the police look the other side with their actions, we have thugs that carry out all sorts of violence against the people of Lagos. Anybody, you, I, will eventually be victims of this thing. It will not discriminate whether I speak Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo. It will not discriminate. Lawlessness will affect us all. And a society like Lagos was built on laws. We have the finest lawyers, the finest judges. The judiciary was birthed in Lagos State by a city of laws. And lawless has become the order of the day under the APC government. And we have seen their vision for Lagos. And We are going to fight it through all legal means, because now more than ever, Lagos is in desperate need for us to birth our Lagos. A Lagos that is accountable, a Lagos that is open, a Lagos that is law-abiding, a Lagos that is holy, a Lagos that is pure, that believes in love and empathy, a Lagos where the people are allowed to express themselves regardless of who they want to vote for, a Lagos that will not be diabolically suppressed by evil people, a Lagos that will not be suppressed by violence, a Lagos that will not
welcome back to the section of the second section of today. I hope everybody enjoyed the first section. Now we are in the second section. I hope this section will be maybe be short because we have only a few people on the screen. Babati, do you have Babati? Babati. I don't think we have Babati. Babati, are you there?
I'm somewhere here, sir. What's going on, Thomas?
You saw? Yes, yeah. Do you have War Peace? War Peace? We don't have War Peace. I will replay the let me replay the song. If you don't have anybody now we can shut down. People said they still want to continue the section. Let's play this.
All right, Thomas. Let's since Babati is here, let's see what Babati has to say.
Babati said he's busy somewhere. I've went to Babati before.
I say I'm somewhere here. I'm just inferring. I'm here. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you said you are somewhere that you are busy. That's what I'm saying. Babati, can you just react to this? The video we just watched about the Rhodes Vivour, or is what he said on the TV. So let's hear from you.
Yes. Even though I was very critical of his position, I was hoping that he will at least modify his stance, or at least, I thought it was more of, I was not really, I didn't think he was that serious about, not understanding the culture. People not saying that he wasn't able to speak the language. And I've heard people talk about him studying abroad, that's the reason why, he wasn't exposed to the Yoruba culture. But I've also heard that he speaks Igbo fluently. So, but him speaking of the culture in that manner, nobody is saying that, Thomas, nobody is saying that he should subscribe to that belief system, okay? I do, but nobody is saying he should subscribe to that kind of belief system. But to understand it, if you're going to govern a space, you should understand how they reason, how they think. And you have a lot of responsibilities as a governor, unknown to him, with traditional worshippers and Obat and Balis and Onisheguns and Babalawos or Lokpeles, or is endless. You have a duty in that space. And for him to have come out that strongly, I'm not going to question his Yoruba-ness, but I'm kind of concerned. But Thomas, I don't see a political future for this guy in Lagos. I think he just sealed his own political future in Lagos, in my belief. That statement that he made today, I think he just confirmed what most people, Yorubas in Lagos.
But Babati, you are a prince. What, how can you? I don't just know what to ask you. You are a prince. You know what Yoruba stand for when we call to culture.
Right.
So what is this guy? What is he up to? Does he don't know the culture, or is just trying to be smart politically? I don't know.
Thomas, think about it though. Think about it. Maybe people are not paying attention. His name is Badibo. That tells me he's from a royal house, right? Badibo, that's a royal name. His name is Badibo. So I've not dig deep into his family background, but Badibo tells me he has some kind of royal blood or lineage in his. So if you are of royal blood and your name is Badibo, how are you not exposed to this? Or there's something going on behind the scenes. People have talked about him not being raised by his dad or from his father's side. I think there's more. Something else is going on with this guy that we need to explore. But from that side, of course, my own belief system and how I feel about that. But I'm not the imposing type. I'm not going to impose my own beliefs on anybody else. I'm just saying that as a governor, or as an incoming governor, as somebody aspiring to be a governor of a state, you have to take into account the traditional beliefs of the people you're trying to govern. And him being, that's what my concern. That he appears inexperienced, naive, and unwilling to change or adjust to the realities, of what is being presented to him. If they're telling you we're not, like they say in the street in America, we're not feeling you. If they're not feeling you in the streets, you need to adjust. You need to adjust, feel the temperature of the room first and adjust. But for him to be adamant about this position, I don't know. I don't know where it's heading with this. It keeps name dropping Tinubu. Ogbeni, you did not run against Tinubu. Sanwo-Olu was your opponent in Lagos. So if you're going to go to court, that's the person you should be targeting. I don't think he mentioned Sanwo-Olu in his press conference. All I heard a couple of times was him name dropping Tinubu. So why is he so obsessed with Tinubu? That tells me he's been.
But Babati, we knew that Tinubu is his problem, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's my thing. Like, why, you are running against a candidate who is the sitting governor. That's the person you should address. Leave Tinubu. This is not a Tinubu issue. This is you against Sanwo-Olu. You lost to Sanwo-Olu. If you're going to go to court, that's the person you're taking to court, not Tinubu. But the way he speaks, the man sounds like Bode Thomas, Bode George. Everything he spews out, you've heard it from, but the same pattern of speech, the same way. That's the way Bode George. That means he's been prepped by these anti-Tinubu godfathers in Lagos that cannot stand him. So how are we going to say that we're leaving one godfather in Lagos only to have a puppet that is going to be controlled by other godfathers? So what's the point? So I don't hate him personally. I don't dislike him. I'm not going to impose my cultural belief on him. You know where I stand. I believe in traditional worship. That is my own belief system. But if you're going to govern a space, at least understand it. And the way you address it, it matters as a governor. It's a skill. If you don't like something as a politician, you cannot be too direct as a governor or an aspiring candidate. You have to find a way to address this concern. If you don't like what they did, you don't say that openly. You say, well, that was concerning. There's a way you frame your belief system or your opinion. But to just come out and say, oh, listen, that was not to, I don't see a political feature for him, to be honest. He might pull out a surprise. He's a Yoruba man, full-fledged. I've advised one of his friends that I spoke to on Clubhouse. He needs some couple of some chieftain titles in Yoruba land. Forget the language; he might not be able to speak it fluently, but he needs some chieftain title in Yoruba land. So something just to help him out for his own political future. And if he keeps going this track, I don't see a future for him, Thomas. I don't see in the political space. I don't see a future for him. Forget the ethnic. Okay, let's even forget the ethnic issue, tribal stuff for a second. Let's put that aside. What Lagos got going right now, I don't think anybody wants that disrupted by a newbie that wants to experiment on it. Sure, it might have a good heart, it might have a good plan, but to be honest with you, like I've said before, Nigerian political environment, continuity matters. And you've seen that happen in Lagos for the last 24 years. Now, have they done enough? No, of course. They have. It's been underwhelming, but they've done something. So you need that continuity. What we can do is put pressure on the Sanwo-Olu government in Lagos to do more and do better. But to just stop that to start over again. So even politically, to me, I prefer for them to have it the way they have it now. But now, we the people also have to understand that politics is not a game you play every 4 years. But Sanwo-Olu has won. Fine. No, we need to start putting pressure on people in government. That's the way it works. But we're so used to disappearing for 3.5 years, only to reconvene in the next 3.5 years for another cycle of elections. It does not work that way. If you really want to put pressure on people in power, we have to do it 24/7 for 4 years while they are there. See the way Sanwo-Olu was jumping up and down, going to TV station, going to the market, because the people apply pressure. Now imagine you applying the same pressure for 4 years. It will perform 100 times more. That tells you it can actually work. So don't wait until you have somebody running for office to apply the pressure. Apply the pressure for the 4 years they're there. The same way you're applying pressure now, apply the same pressure for that 4 years. They will do more. So that tells you that they actually listen to you. They will take you serious. So that would be a better approach. For Gbadebo, his political future just took a big hit with what happened today. Regardless of how you feel about him, nobody will advise him to do that. That was irresponsible. That is politically, that was just dumb. I don't know who is running his campaign. Maybe he's winging it. I don't know. But that was just not the smartest political move to make. And for him to say he's going to go to court and do what? You're going to lose in court. I mean, if he wants to challenge it, he can go ahead and challenge it. But I don't see a path for him winning. We all know why he lost. He lost the Yoruba vote in Lagos. That's the reason why he lost. There's no two way about it. And you're going to piss them off further. Take 4 years, study what the mistakes you made, make amends, come back in 4 years, do better. But if you keep going this track, I'm sorry.
Babati, can we just dismiss this guy in the Yoruba land with this comment he has made about the Oro festival that is diabolic and fetish?
That is left to him, though, Thomas. Yorubas by nature will still give people second, third, and fourth chance. If he buries himself politically, that is on him. So I'm speaking like if I were to be his campaign manager, that's where I'm. So what I'm saying is, if I were to be in his political campaign, running his campaign, what I will be telling him. So that's the way where I'm coming from. As somebody that is looking from afar, of course, it doesn't look too good for him, but he has to make amends. He has to do more to align himself with the Yorubas or the indigenous of Lagos State. I heard earlier that people, was it Chris or somebody was talking about it has a different worldview, or it does not see things the Yoruba way, or it has like a Gen Z or a woke viewpoint. Well, that is good and wonderful, but you don't have the
Who
numbers.
cares about that? Who
No, no,
cares
no,
about that, Baba?
no. It should care if he has the number of votes, or the number, if he has enough numbers that subscribe to that kind of belief system in Lagos, then that will work. But that tells me that he probably didn't do his research very well, because if you're relying on the youthful vote that is very woke, that they don't have enough numbers to get you the votes in Lagos. People are still largely conservative in Lagos, so that tells me that it was not paying attention to the voters. So Lagos, forget the whole metropolitan crap that they've been feeding you guys. Lagos is still largely conservative. So, and if you want to win the vote of the conservatives in Lagos, you must play ball. And if you keep going down this rabbit hole of woke agenda, you're not going to win anything. That is what we learned from these elections. And hopefully it comes back in the next 4 years and makes modifications. But the whole tribal thing, I think it made it worse. Yorubas don't naturally go to that extreme, unless you push them. So, but if you want to play that game, they will play that game with you as well. But I hope he's learned his lesson. I mean, he has a good heart, though. I think he can do wonders for Lagos. I wouldn't even mind him working for Lagos State government if he can humble himself, work, just do something. I would really love to see his plans. And I mean, he spoke about his plans for designing Lagos, urban planning. I would really love to see his plan on that. That would be something that I see him. I mean, I would have loved to, if he won. That would be something that I would love to, see him flesh out. But there's more to that than just rhetoric. There's more you need to do before winning. So I think he got his demographics wrong in Lagos. It's a different it's a different voting bloc than he thought he was gonna get. But he got about 20,000 votes. That's good, but not good enough to win the election. So, but I wish him well. But this whole oral thing, I think he's the one making a big deal out of it. That's just the way I see Thomas.
Baba T, thank you. What do you say about the lawyers lined up for the Supreme Court case at the long run? So what do you think about them? At least one man read their profile earlier on. So what do you think? Some people are saying, well, Yoruba would be the judge, the top judge. So what do you think about that?
Thomas, can we get to a point? Hopefully, we can get to a point where somebody being a judge and where they come from would not matter anymore. That we just say it's a judge, your credibility, your expertise, your experience, you will do the right thing. That should be the Nigeria that we should say something like in the nearest future. So somebody from Lagos, even if they are from Lagos, we should believe that they should be able to do the right thing, regardless of where they come from. That would be the Nigeria I want to see in the future. So I don't want to fit into that narrative of them not being fair because they come from a certain part of the country. They are Supreme Court justice, for God's sake. That means they've gone through the grind for years. So let's hope that they can be objective. But I don't want to fit into that tribal narrative. Is it going to play a factor? Maybe, maybe not. I don't have evidence to back that up. But I'm hoping that they will do the right thing. For the Tinubu campaign, the only concern they have is that Shetima Senate bid thing, the double, whatever they call it. That would be the only concern I have. But everything else I've seen so far, I don't think that Obi has a case. But if they can find a way to make a good argument that Shetima still has his name on the Senate form somewhere, and he never quit that, and he was also the VP on the ticket, that would be an angle that they can use. But with the way they are talking on TV, him and his VP candidate, I have doubt that they're even serious about this case. They might do something.
But Babati, they are in court now. Why is this still traversing all media around?
Yeah, that one is a head scratcher, Thomas. To be honest with you, I don't know why they are doing that. For public, I don't know. I don't get the whole idea behind it, but it does not make any sense to me. But if you have obedience that will justify that, I want to listen to why they think that they are doing that. But for the VP of OB to have said, okay, he didn't say, maybe he was insinuating that they should go, somebody should take over power from Tinubu or not hand over to him. That was a little bit troubling. I've not watched the video yet. I'm going to go watch it when I leave here. But I've not seen the video yet. But based on what Life was talking about earlier, that was troubling to me. That was not something I really was so happy about. But I don't know why they're on TV crying and whining. You are in court, for God's sake. Let's flesh out this case first, and we can go from there. But this whole public propaganda, I'm not buying into it. But once again, Thomas, I'm hoping that the judiciary will do the right thing, regardless of where the Supreme Court justice come from. Let's have a positive mindset that they can actually do the right thing. So I'm not going to dwell into their tribe or their gender or their religion. That should not play a factor in how they decide the case. Thomas.
Babati, what do you see about them telling us that Tinubu has been rushed to the clinic in London? So, and the Tinubu
Thomas,
scammers came to debunk it.
Let me
He went to rest.
let me shock you for a minute. I'm not defending the obedience, but it's understandable that they have the concern that they have. Even if it's a rumor, I am not going to dismiss that rumor. Dude, we were here during the years of the Yaradua. We were here during the earlier hours of the Buhari government. So let's not dismiss their concern. So it's not because you think maybe they hate Tinubu. That's not necessarily why. It's because we have antecedent. We've seen this movie before. You see my point? So don't be dismissive of their concern. Now, they don't have proof, right? They don't have proof. But at least we've seen this movie before where they tell us, oh, the president is okay, everything is fine. So let's not just negate everything to being a bigotry or hating on Tinubu or because they're not happy about the result of the elections. Let's have an open mind to say, wait a minute. Just saying that he's good and hating is not good enough. We want to hear from the president-elect. And if Tinubu is really okay wherever he is, let him speak to Nigerians. I'm okay, I'm fine. We want to hear him on video. So don't blame them for that way, Thomas. We've seen this show before. Even I, I don't really like Peter Obi, not him, but the campaign and obedience, that space. I gotta be honest with you, Thomas. I want to hear from Tinubu now. Is he really okay? Thomas, it's not a matter. Forget politics for now.
He's okay. He's okay now. He voted last week Saturday.
No. I'm in healthcare. That was last week. This is today. Don't give me last week. This is today. I want to let him address us. The Tinubu. Okay, I'm okay. I want to hear you say. I want to see you in video. But you can't blame me as a Nigerian now. We were here doing Yaradua. We are here doing Buhari early hours now. So let's not blame people for having that concern.
Can I ask you a question? Because I heard you earlier ago. You said something is woke. What is woke about? What are you talking about? Something is woke.
Oh, you mean by the book? No. Because I was talking to your friend, your Life Enigmatic, and it was talking about the demographic of his voters that it was banking on. I think it was Charles. And it was banking on the youthful voters, the NSAS movement, that he was hoping that they would get him into office. And I said maybe that was a wrong. He didn't read the room right. That they were not going to get him in. So I was just using woke to just show that he read the room wrong. That was not going to win him the governorship of Lagos. So when I use the word woke in terms of not them deviating from culture, I said Lagos is still conservative, and they said he said that he doesn't think Yoruba, and Charles said he has a world view of things, that the way he reasons is more foreign. According to Charles, that the mind thinks he's foreign, that because he was raised abroad, so his mindset is more foreign. And I said, wait a minute, if you want to govern Lagos State, they're conservatives. So you kind of have a so-called foreign mindset, which I would deem woke compared to compared to Lagos culture. Having a foreign mindset would be woke, right, Spinner?
Please, can you permit me to quickly put something there?
Yes. Go ahead, mindset. My story. No, go ahead. Sir.
It's not a foreign mindset. It's not. If we call it foreign mindset, we are making a mistake. Call it primitive mindset of Nigeria.
Not me.
No. Wait. Let me put this one. Let me put it. Primitive mindset of Nigeria over their culture. Now look at the society. What is going on? People don't know what is respect. That's why you see this problem, Yoruba and Igbo, and it will lead to somewhere else. Cultural differences is normal. It doesn't mean other people are being offended. And when they express to you, we don't like this, you see it like maybe they are joking. Look, if someone is foreign mindset, you love tradition, you will love culture. I live in abroad, and I've lived in a country where festivals, cultures, that if we want to even call it primitive, but they don't miss it once a year. They do it because it brings a lot of tourism. It reflects whom they are and whom their ancestor was. Christianity did not stop. It is this biblical one-man church that destroyed Nigeria today, and a lot of problem lies ahead. I pray for Tinubu to be well, and I pray for the judiciary to do the needful. Whether they give it to Tinubu, they give it to him. The problem that we are facing today as a country is becoming very big. How can he call a culture and tradition of Lagosians that they are ancestors of the land, therefore has been practicing for years as a the kind of word use diabolic or something like that? Why should it be so? I am a Christian. So it's okay. Then you should look at this situation critically. I have been to so many platforms because of this issue, and I discovered that, my brother, this division is big. Any platform you ask also Igbo, they don't see anything wrong on their own side. Any platform you also see so Yoruba, you will see some anyway, like the way you are talking. I see the way you question where is Tinubu now. On their own, they will not do that at all. You will see Yoruba, at least you see one person, either Yoruba or close to Yoruba, will now say, no, Yoruba is not right on this aspect. Yoruba is right on this aspect. Their own is one side. I know it's sort I received, my brother, but try to convince somebody that let us limit these things. It's going to affect all of us. The person was so annoyed. It's not annoyed for a Yoruba person. It's annoyed for these people. He said, why should I come into his program? And he was once with them when Kanu was brainwashing people. My brother, you see the Kanu doctrine, is the most poisonous thing that has ever happened to these people. Let me tell you, I want to be frankly here. This issue that is on ground is not only in Nigeria. Outside Nigeria boundary, this particular set of people are having serious problem with other nationalities. They are having it. Is real. It's just because we don't want to hit it at the name. But I pray that this government should create an avenue. Let them address this issue once and for all. If anybody want to go, let go to referendum. Let people point to where is their country, the country they want to create. Those who want to join, they can go and join. Because the way it is, it's like you are holding somebody that is not willing to stay with you. And if when you even analyze it, somehow you are even favorable to the person. Maybe he doesn't know. Or maybe if he is favorable to you, let him do it. Let's have some things. These are issues. And then if we are to remain one, there are boundaries. You can't come to all these videos they were making, insulting Lagosians. That is, I want to take people's land. I don't see these people taking it like serious. I keep on wondering. Is it not because Fulani want to take Igbo land?
This video you're talking about, excuse me, my friend. This video you're talking about,
yeah.
Who are these people making these videos?
Wait, is it, I want to quickly put this one. Is it not Fulani want to take your land? We have one common enemy. That Kanu was able to brainwash his people. If they were matured, as people are trying to bring Yoruba as bad people, why should they digest that kind of doctrine?
No. You said there's a video saying that they want to take over Lagos. What video are you talking about?
Please, if they have it here, you do you have it, the one that hosted, or can you play it again?
Yes, Pina, they have.
I see the way somebody was talking now.
Which by who? Who are these videos?
Let him play it. Then you will know who did the video.
Take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder.
Don't worry. I've seen this video before. It's okay. I've seen it.
Threatening.
I've heard it. It's okay. Just pause it. This is video you are referring to, and you're saying that this is the. I mean, goodness, my goodness, guys. You see. Okay, just go and spew whatever you want to spew. It's okay.
Okay, let me just cool you down. You know the problem we have in this country for people who want to be pretending. Before independence, this was the problem that led us to civil war. If we are matured enough, this is the time to discuss it. You cannot continue to sweep it under carpet. He has killed a lot of people. He has destroyed the country.
Hold on, Midwest. Apologies. Yeah. Rational mind. If you understood that clip differently, then just say it. Don't. This is it now. You keep saying that spinning, but if you understood that clip differently, then
then you can put your own inside. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, rational mind.
Finish. I will come in when it's my when I have time. I'll come.
Rational mind. You know what I'm referring to here. Listen, when you see a problem, every country that progress, they don't sweep any problem under the carpet. When it comes to
they address it. They talk about it and they address it.
They address it and they get solution to it. Nigeria love to sweep their own under the carpet. Before independent, Amadou Bello, I can remember when I was in JSS1 then. My uncle was a secretary in University of Benin. So when these people were at Tony Enaro speech, all those things they type, he put them together. So I read when that man said, you are coming, we do country together. But we have differences. You say we should put the differences aside. Why not we discuss these differences so that we know them? Don't you see senses from there as a learned person? So we swept everything under the carpet. 5 years we went to civil war that killed innocents. So up to today we have not even buried them. We have never honored them. There is no memorial for them. Their spirit is wallowing. You want that country to progress? Now you see the same thing again. That's why our education, traveling, is playing in Lagos. And if it is not handled, you see the chances for it to spread everywhere. Everybody is trying to take side. And this is why I'm coming in to speak my own fact. I don't see any reason why somebody should play that video. It's satanic. Why you should and nobody want to arrest him. Nobody talk about it. They see it as normal. You want to set people up, and it's not good. So for me, I have pain when I see Yoruba and Igbos lock-headed like this. I worry for my future because there are many players in Nigeria who will take an advantage. Let us be sincere here. If not for him, Peter Obi, I don't think Tinubu will win this election because PDP people in the East came to him. And that gave Tinubu. So there are chances. I think Tinubu will respect him and he will bring him together. But the problem is that it's the youth themselves who claim that they are better than the whole people who are insulting everybody. That is the greatest problem here. So this is my own submission. If you have something that you want to say, you can also say, I have pain, my brother. Because this thing, if it is not controlled, like all these, they want to portray it, is Tinubu's problem. It's Tinubu that is killing people. These are propaganda. It's not the reality.
Okay,
you can't bring Tinubu to everything. I did not vote for Tinubu. I love Peter Obi and I sent money and I campaign. My family voted for him. Okay, but when I see all the way they are narrating these things now, I'm so worried. Because if Yoruba and Igbo could not get through this, just forget. The Satanas are going to suffer irrespective of tribe. People are waiting and they are smart. That is my own belief. Thank you, my brother. You can say your own.
Okay,
thank you.
Spina, before you go ahead, let me just clarify something that I said earlier. Because you asked me about the work, what do I mean by work? Now, Midwest has a different viewpoint about international viewpoints. So in comparison to what I deem as conservative, the average Lagos mindset is too conservative. The foreign mindset will be seen as woke, but Midwest has a different viewpoint of that. Just to clarify my term, defining the way I see wokeness in that space. But go ahead, man. Thanks.
Thank you, Babati. Babati, is that all from you? Let's go to rational mind.
No, so go ahead.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to say? Or go to rational mind?
It's just like what Midwest was talking about. But Midwest, unfortunately, I think that this division is so deep and it's going to be very difficult to heal, and it will take time. But Tinubu, as the president, has a responsibility to heal the nation. But Obi, remember one man, if you had the background, and Thomas, remember months ago, I said that when Obi loses, or if he does lose, that he has a responsibility to calm down his supporters. Like the country is going to need him in the healing process. But the way he's behaving right now, I don't think he wants healing either. I think he wants the chaos. That's what I'm saying. I might be wrong. So
but with Babati, with all indication, we don't see that. He
the
should have
country,
come out and speak, to
yeah,
calm down the whole tension.
the country needs Obi to help out in this healing process, but
But
he's not
I
doing that.
think Obi has done the rightful thing. I think Obi has done the rightful thing for approaching the judiciary. That is the last hope of every man.
No,
When you fish it or
wait, not that one. I'm saying the public rhetoric is how I'm saying. He's not doing it well enough to address his people, to calm them down. Like, guys, we are in court. Let's calm down. Let the judiciary decide. That part is failing on that part, and it's a worry. It's a worry. It's a concern. You can be in court. That's good. But the public speech, the utterances, when people make all this, you need to say, calm down, guys, we're in court. Reassure them and make them trust the judiciary system that they will get the judgment that they want. Let's start having faith in the country again. But the country needs him. Have you heard anything from Atiku? He's not the space. You've not heard anything from him. Because he understands the importance of keeping the country together. What you say matters. And I worry that Obi is not doing enough to address that. Sorry, Spinner, you can go ahead. Sorry, I think I made enough point.
Rational mind. You were talking about something earlier on before we closed the last session, and I would like us to address it. If you don't mind, or if you don't want to address it, then we can go to the topic of the day. So it's up to you. So decide.
It's okay. I just it's just sometimes I don't want it people getting the impression that one is speaking out of emotion. If you understand what I mean.
But you always do. You always do.
I'm a very stoic person. I could be stoic, but then my stoicness does not mean I should not show a little bit of empathy. And that's what I do sometimes. Oftentimes, I try to do that because I'm a very stoic person. So having said that, what I'm against is when you vilify people. The most genocide, ethnic cleansing that we're seeing in world history, this is how it begins. And then these people you are fighting for, you're spreading this narrative for. They're not doing it with the right motive. The motive is not because they care about the Yoruba culture or they care about whatever culture they're talking about. It's about their own perpetuating themselves in power. That's what it's all about for them. They don't care that your children don't go to good schools. They get go to
Go on, Baba. Go on.
So they don't care. So my point is, why die in their war? I was telling Adeleko the other day, Adeleko, please, can you just stop this? I mean, we understand that, it's a necessary thing that somebody should speak a language. But these people that are bringing this narrative, they have a end goal, a target. And the target is that they want to start some kind of ethnic problem in Lagos. And we see how it played out at the end of the day. We see how it played out. Even some Yorubas that were not even looking like Yorubas, I bet if I were to be one of them, they would have flogged me too, perhaps. Very likely they would have flogged me because I don't look like Yoruba, perhaps, to them. I mean, how insane can it be that we on platforms like this will be speaking of things like this? I'm like, one man said, I understand it. Some people want to get something off their chest. But sometimes when people continue hammering on one thing, like this guy, what's his name? I know he's not here, enigmatic. I know he has accused me one time here. What's my beef with Tinubu? Tinubu is not a tribe it's not a tribe. Tinubu is a one-man person. If I attack him, it's because he's vying for political office. But anytime you come here, you spin the narrative, you go on this tribe people, the Igbos, you try to spin the whole thing, and then listen, you see, I don't want to say this one man, and I don't want to sound like I'm threatening. The thing is this, we should all watch what we're saying on platforms like this. People are listening. People are watching. Because if we start talking this ethnic
rational mind, Rational mind.
We can get ourselves into trouble.
Rational mind.
What did he say? What did he say? Just highlight what he said. Before we
Can I be
hold
speaking
on,
to
please.
you? Listen, dangerous.
No, hold on. You are echoing, ma'am. Your system is echoing.
Okay.
Your system is echoing. Yeah. Rational mind. Let me say this. Then, before we close the last section, what is that? Des raised an example. He said, and I quote, he said, Enigmatic said, some people are calling Nigerians zoo. And I said, fine. He said that. And I asked him, I said, is there any point in time, and even till today, Simon Helper did birthday yesterday, I still hear him calling Nigerian zoo this yesterday. And I asked him, I said, at any point in time, some people in the Southeastern has called Nigerian zoo. I said, is there any point in time? He said, yes. Then I said, so what did Enigmatic said that is wrong? He's saying this, stating the fact, is glaring in everybody's face. The handwriting is on the wall. So if you are talking, you should tell us what Enigmatic say, that we will address it. And when I told him, I said, some people have said it in Southeast.
Listen. I've been busy today. I've been doing a lot. This week I've been busy a lot. I had several exams that I'm taking and all of that. So I won't have much time. So and then I just only listen here and there. But I'm saying that for what I've known about Enigmatic, that's what I'm going off. And I could hear him when he was saying something, and Ajale Koko had to tell me. I didn't catch that because I was busy doing something. Because when I heard Ajale Koko say, no, it's not.
Are you listening with prejudice?
Hold on,
are you listening with prejudice?
Listen, it's about the man's story. I mean,
it's a question.
What prejudice?
No.
What have I said that is prejudice? What is prejudice?
Rational mind. You make a comment. No, wait. You make a comment now. You said Enigmatic said something, and Ajale Koko tried to push him back.
Okay.
And you don't even know what Enigmatic said. But in your mind, you thought Enigmatic has said something wrong.
I don't care.
So what did Enigmatic say?
Hold on. I don't care what he said. I don't care to know. But I know myself and Enigmatic here, we've had back and forth on this issue. And my point is this. I don't know what he said today, but I'm going by what he has been. I've known him to always say whenever he has the opportunity to talk, and how he will spin it and make it look like the Igbos are a problem. And this is the same guy who said he lives in an Igbo land and he makes his money or whatever there. I don't even care, whatever it is. But my point is this. We need to stop this. Let us stop this whole ethnic something. If you want to speak to issue, let's speak to issue. Because the way we are going about this, I keep telling you, some of you might be surprised that they are listening to us. Some people are starting a petition online. They've been, asking, some of us will live abroad. I don't want some of us having problem with the government of the countries where we live. Because when they start saying that, we hear of this guy, what's his name?
Enigmatic. Wait. I will not take that. Wait, hold on.
Go on.
Wait, I will not take that. Can you state the point? What did Enigmatic say that is derogative or that is bigotry? Or you can't be talking in parables. You are not Jesus Christ. That's what I told Des before. What did he say? Mention it, then we address it. Please.
All I just said now.
Wait, Rational Man, I will let you speak. Enigmatic is our guest. It's my guest. It's one man's guest. I will not want anybody to circle around him. No, Enigmatic is educative. He has his brain of his own. He has his mind of. This is the same thing I told Des earlier on. He has his brain working, functioning. He's educated. I can say Enigmatic is even educated than me. Yeah, he's educated. He has brain. So he crossed the line I will push back at him. One man will
Forget that thing.
push back at him.
No. Don't tell me with this bobo. I mean, I'm not here for you to be telling me this. Let me just say something.
You are not still stating the fact.
Hold on. I did not. I've said it to you, and I will repeat myself again. I don't like sounding like a broken record. I don't care what he said today. And I don't even care to even listen to what he said today. But I'm saying, by what I have known him to always, I'm just giving you an example of this whole thing about this bigotry that we always spew on platforms. And let me not say my own man's platform, on different platforms. We need to stop it. I'm just giving you an example.
Spinner.
I'm just giving you an example of what he does from time to time whenever he comes.
Okay, Spinner.
The same way he accused me of us saying the other day, was saying, what's your problem with Ashwaju? I look at him and said, Ashwaju is not
John,
Mongwe, go on.
You know, I know you two go back and forth. It's all informed, but I think it's deep. I don't know what's going on. But when you say you don't care about what he actually said, because we were here when he was saying it. So just to hear your viewpoint about the specific is the point. Nobody's saying that you should not have issues. Maybe the way it comes across to the folks that you don't like.
I'm not talking about any specific as part today. That was why I said I don't even know what he said today. And like I said, I don't even care what he said, because in my mind, I always understand him that this is how it goes. Whenever he has the time, you have to deviate to the Southeasterners. That's why I just took my mind out of it.
So you feel like his anti-Igbo rhetoric is unbecoming.
Every time, whenever he gets opportunity to speak, at least a chunk of whatever he's going to say, it has to
go. Rational mind. I will not take that. No.
Okay, if you don't take that, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not expecting you to take that.
I will not take that.
Our listeners,
rational mind. I've asked you thousands of times now. Hold on, please. I've asked you countless of times now. What did he say? You are just beating about the bush. You can't even give me anything that he said.
What did he say? What did he say?
Yes.
What do you mean? What did he say? What are you talking about?
Can you tell me what did he say? What did he say?
You mean today? Are you saying today?
Yes.
I don't know. Yes, today.
No. That was.
What did he say today?
Wait. That way we will know what you're angry about.
So I'm not saying.
We didn't know what it is. Like,
I mean, you guys understand what I'm saying?
No. We get the generality of you. I get that, but I'm saying that
what I'm saying is,
give us.
I don't have anything. I don't know what he said today. I don't care to know what he said today.
Why are you then upset about?
Okay.
Why are you being upset? I will not take that. No.
Hold on. But boy, you won't take that. You won't take that. What is all this? You won't take it. You won't take that.
Yes, I will not take that. You can't accuse somebody of something.
If you don't take that, it's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you. If you don't want to take that.
Rational mind, please. Go on. If you are accusing me of something that I did, you should say what. You should tell me what I did. You are not saying anything. You are just beating about the bush.
Listen. Thomas. I said one thing on this platform the other day. I said, it's a good thing that as long as internet remains and one man's account still remains online, every one of us, our voice, even some of them cannot put face to our voice. But then our voice will be there for all eternity. Generation unborn, when they come, he listen to us, he will know how bigoted some of us are on this platform, on other platforms. That's what I said last time. No. Now, what I'm saying is this. I said, whatever, because I like I said, I've been away from this platform. I just decided I want to come online. Sometimes I'm always online listening to you guys here and there. But the point I'm saying is that I just decided not to want to have a part anymore in this back and forth, having to be challenging somebody on this bigotry that they always spew out. When I mean bigotry is whenever you have opportunity, you have to talk about the Southeasterners, how they've been wanting to come to Lagos, how they were challenging Tinubu.
Rational mind, please.
I'm not here for that anymore.
No.
Listen. But why are you making the whole thing complicated for me? Why are you making it complicated for me? You're making it sound like I don't know what I'm talking about.
You don't know what you're talking about because you haven't tell me a cogent. Just tell me something.
I won't tell you. That's what I said to you. I won't tell you. You go and listen to every time. Hold on.
No. Let's just
go and listen to every time.
Go to the topic of today.
Okay, we go. But because you asked me, but please listen. Don't use this my in a way that make it sound like maybe I'm getting at you. because the way you are sounding, you're making me sound like I'm stupid. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm glad that our audience, who knows every one of us and about our voice, they know what every one of us stands on this platform and other platform. I'm glad about that. That's why.
Please, I beg you, just give me
Okay,
1 minute.
what are you begging
please.
me for? That what?
I said, please give me 1 minute. I will repeat myself.
Rational man, please. Rational man, can I also say something? If you people can give me a chance, I want to, because they gave you a lot of chance to talk also. Rational man, you see, one thing is very simple about life. Yeah, this issue that we are talking about today is not an issue that started in our generation. If you go deep to history, it is there. But the greatest mistake that the country made that is hurting our country today is that they did not address it. Now we are into this crisis. Whether we call it bigotry, we call it insult, this thing has been going on for years. It has even poisoned people's mind, the way they see others and the way others see them. Now we have gotten to a point where political, this election has dragged us into a kind of a crisis that is about to ignite. That is what.
Are you going to continue? We can't hear you.
Become president. Oh, you are not hearing me.
Yeah, okay, we can hear you now.
Are you hearing me?
You are breaking. We can hear you now.
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
I think it's network. So that the government of Tinubu or Peter Obi, because it's a case in the court. So I don't know what they are going to use. That this issue, my dear, it is our time we speak about it. Let people put their heads together. We have leaders. It is not the politician life that is online as far as this issue is concerned. It is the common man like me and you that can be a victim of this circumstance if it's not arrested. If you go to platform, generally, the platform is divided. I went through so many, it is based on ethnic. You now, I see that you are trying to ask, I don't know, maybe you are Yoruba, you are trying to say, no, it shouldn't go. I love you because you don't stand on one side. I go to some platform, everybody just one side. Everything is, I don't know. I just keep wondering, how are we going to get out of this mess?
Midwest. You see, what you just said now, that should be what we should be talking about. Yes, there is this problem. It has been there. You see, most of them on these platforms here, they're not as tribal as me. Hello,
Thomas.
am I talking?
Yeah.
Those who said you should be matured.
Let him land. Enigmatic. Let Rational Man land. Yeah, you can comment. Rational Man land. Yeah.
So this is the topic we should be talking about: how to move forward. Our kids, they will leave. Our grandkids, our great grandkids, they come and see us, all what we've done. Not for us to be stoking ethnic tension. We know there has been fault lines there for a long time, and they should have addressed the Midwest, like you said. I totally agree with you. But the question is, how do we go about addressing it? Should we perpetuate this bigotry by we ourselves continuing with the same bigotry to our parents? Let me say something to you. I used to say that on this platform about Southeasterners, but I will just say that in a more joking way. Maybe it might sound derogatory to them. That is what we have inherited from our parents. They tell us some things about, and also the Southeasterners too. Their own parents tell them some other things too about the Yorubas and Yorubas. So vice versa. So it is not for us now continue perpetuating this hatred or whatever it is that our parents or whoever back then they've had within themselves. It's not for us to be doing that. And also we can see that these politicians, they're not using it to
so as just to perpetuate themselves in power. We should stop that. That's my point. Not that every time we have to talk. I mean, if I talk about Tinubu or I talk about Atiku or Obi, I will talk of them as an individual, not as representing a tribe. Because when I start going tribal, that is when it's now very clear that I'm a bigot. I'm trying to be more really, really a bigot in this sense. No.
Thomas, please, can I say something before I go back to sleep, please, if you don't mind?
Yes, Rational Mind, have you land? So Rational,
I'm done.
right to reply. Yeah, yes, Enigmatic coming. Enigmatic, please. I don't want you to spiral up. Please, just
no.
Yeah.
No, I was actually Ramadan is starting, so I was just getting ready. That's why I've not slept. So, but one thing that I know, shortly as I was trying to leave the other time, Des jumped in from wherever he was coming from, and he couldn't basically pinpoint exactly what was his problem. And at the end of the day, when you were trying to push him back to specifically tell you what was the issue, he stated I was speaking something about Nnamdi Kanu. That was not my word. That was Nnamdi Kanu's word. So whatever I say, they should go and face Nnamdi Kanu and deal with him, not me. I was just basically paraphrasing what he said. When the same Nnamdi Kanu was when he hijacked the NSAS movement, and he basically was instructing his people or some folks to burn down certain places in Lagos State. Anybody can go back and watch that. Burn down places in Lagos State. To go find someone and kill someone and kill some individuals in Lagos. Where were they? What did they say to that? So there's nothing I say that when you go back, you will not find it somewhere. Did I lie about the fact that an elder statesman, a supposed elder statesman from Anambra State, Chukwemeka Ezeife, he came to the TV and he said there will be no Nigeria on May 29 if the president-elect was not sworn in? What was he doing with that? What kind of language is that? But if it was MC Oluomo, you will see it on all social media. You will see it on Gislover. When you go today to Dr. Damages.
Today not, he will carry it.
Let me just land, right? Because everybody want to come over here sometimes, foaming in the mouth like a leprosy dog, yelling enigmatic every time. But they do not speak to the fact. I speak to the fact, and I will refer you back to where you can find these facts. If I'm lying, you can find them. I've given you two different facts now.
Thomas.
Okay?
Thomas.
I've given you two different facts now.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
So I've given you two.
Can you hear it?
Thomas, I've given you.
Calm down.
Sorry, Thomas. Sorry, can we moderate the language? We can have the conversation without excessive language.
You heard me speak right now. I didn't fault.
Thank you, one man. I'm guided and I noticed that. So
yeah, I'm confused, guys. I'm confused. Like, what is exactly like? What is?
Babati, I was here speaking that's why I'm trying to bring them back to everything I said. There's nothing I say. You will see I was basically speaking to the fact and to what people have said, and I'm trying to.
Enigmatic, please hold on. Please hold on. I don't know. Maybe you are still listening when you left. You said they are calling Nigerian zoo. And I asked him, I said, is there any point in time, and even till now, Simon Ekpa celebrated his birthday yesterday. I hear them calling Nigerian zoo on that platform. I asked him, Enigmatic said they are calling Nigerian zoo. Is there any time some Southeasterner call Nigerian zoo? He said, yes. I said, so what is your fight with Enigmatic? He's taking the fact. So let's pick anything he say it here. Let's debunk him. I can call Enigmatic out. He's still my brother. If he say anything wrong, I will correct him. He can correct me as well. Continue.
Yeah, right. You correct him, right? Until one man had to jump on it right now, right?
Thomas,
so you didn't question him, right?
Let me say something, right?
I think I'm gonna have to sign out. I can't stand this insult. This is
Bye. So what I was trying to say, Thomas, right?
Hold on. Sorry. All right, it's left. All right, Karen.
They have this fixation and obsession whenever I come to the platform. There are even platforms that I've never been to. I've never been to some certain platform for certain reason. I will see my name in the comment section. People that I don't even know. When you go to some certain platform today, you will see the panelists and you see the audience. They no moderation of languages or the tone. I saw the way they basically embarrassed Kulata over the weekend. I saw the way one guy, Franklin, embarrassed one man himself. The languages he used on one man, it was not moderated. But when you do it to them, or probably there's a situation that it flips, they are the same people that want to tag every international institution. Look at what I was just telling you now. Are they facts or innuendos?
Okay, Ondi, can you do me a favor? Ondi, can you do me a favor, a big favor? And one man, if you're listening, please, because just talking in generalities without being specific is kind of bugging me. If you can maybe have a show on the national mind, and you can that you will moderate them so they can be specific on the issues that they have problems with. We can go one by one, so we can. I will just be there listening. So I because this thing has been going on for a long time, but nobody ever tells me what is
Baba,
the issue. So if you can have both of them on screen and you can moderate, so they can have a debate.
Baba T.
So we know the specifics of what they really are. Because I don't honestly get what is going on. I'm
Baba T. Baba T. You let me just be clear to you. First of all, I do not have that time with them. Number two, I know what they are doing. So let me tell you one thing. We can see from this gubernatorial election, right? What they don't like is when you know, go and look at it, go and look at the voices that they actually want to gag most of the time. If you've lived within them, or probably you know the space, they know you know a lot of things and they don't want you to speak. When you see them, right, look at what happened in Lagos. Oluomo made some statement, very wrong, right? Very uncouth, and nobody should actually approve of that statement. But it went viral because it happened in Lagos. It went like wildfire. But I'm telling you, an ex-governor, an elder statesman, made a statement, right? They were quiet. Good. Oh, Lagos is burning. Lagos is dead. Fire. There was a fire. They attributed it to state government, to Lagos state government, to Tinubu, right? The same fire happened in Anambra 2 days ago, in Abia State 2 days ago. Did you hear anything, one man? Did you hear anything, Babati? Quiet, because it wasn't Lagos. There was the day that fire happened in Lagos. 24 hours later, similar thing happened in Borno State. Quiet about Borno State, Lagos State, all over the place.
But what you're really saying is that these folks cannot be reasoned with. That's what you're really saying. That no matter what you tell them, they will not reason with you, which is a waste of time. Even dialogue, having a dialogue.
God bless you. And then they like to paint a different. They like this hypocrisy and double standard. When it happens in an area where, okay, look at what happened now. I'm giving you examples now, right? And I'm giving you scenarios.
Right.
So now look at what happened in the gubernatorial election. Lagos is bad. Lagos is bad. Lagos is bad. This. 24 hours, the election was out. Election was done, collation and everything. It took them 3 days up until now. Enugu State, it took them Enugu and Abia State more than 4 days before that could be done. Imagine if that were to be Lagos. What would you be hearing? Oh, Tinubu, oh, Sanwo-Olu. You know what? You understand what I'm saying, right? So they want to attribute everything bad into a certain area. Okay, people died in Lagos. Show us one person that died. But when I went back to check, the flashpoints were Delta, Rivers, Abia State, Enugu State. Are you aware of the fact that no high profile or no politician died in Lagos or anywhere in Southwest in the whole of this electoral cycle by virtue of?
I think one APC chairman was killed in the Southeast.
Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to build a point in the whole of this electoral cycle. But in Enugu State, right? Oyiboshuku, he was murdered. A few days to the presidential election. What did they make it viral? No. Imagine if that had happened in Lagos. And then I think what actually riled them badly was when I was speaking about the Ashinedu, right? Two weeks ago, they were pushing that guy, shoving him down the throat of one almost all Lagosian. But just 2 days or 3 days after the gubernatorial election, I was trying to flip the coin for them. Now, there's an opportunity for you guys to use this guy as a Labour Party candidate in Anambra State. What is bad in that? What is good for the goose should be good for the gander. If you guys thought it was good for Lagos State, then it should be good for Anambra State. You hear what the guy said. He was basically rationalizing why it wasn't or it shouldn't be good for Anambra State. So you actually wanted to put, he actually used a certain language that they do not want. I forgot. I think you commented on it, Babati, when he said it, that in Anambra State probably will push him to there. So in other words, you want to push him to us, but you don't want him because you see the deficiencies. So when you put all these things side by side, because my thought process, my mind is always different from the kumbaya mindset that they have. Once again, I can challenge you, Babati. On Saturday, this weekend, there will be another session, right, on Dr. Damages. Go and listen to it, and you will see the direction of their conversation. Now look at what is happening.
But Hondi, that's my concern, that when you live in this echo chamber for so long, we used to make fun of them like it was funny, but it is now metamorphosing into something bigger. People actually believe this. It's becoming their own reality in that small world where they are now acting based on that impulse, where they will hear something from that echo chamber and they act on it. That is a concern to me. I worry about that.
But they shouldn't try. They shouldn't try to subject that echo chamber mindset, right, to control the narrative or the mindset of. I am highly educated, and I told you I've lived in every places among all the regions in Nigeria. Okay, I've lived in the north, I've lived in the south, I've lived in the southeast, right, and I live abroad now. And what I'm telling you is, what you cannot take, do not offer it to people. So it's a situation of trying to flip the coin. Chinedu is a good guy. It's everything good, but I just flipped the coin. They couldn't take it. So now I said, how would you be somebody, right? And these are the things that actually make them crazy, really bad. They have subjective ideas of how things should be, but when you have your own subjective idea, they don't want to take that. They want to override your. They want to override your opinion, your perspective, and they want to basically, ride on certain emotions. Emotion does not work for people like me. I've seen it a lot. Now look at what they are peddling around all the places now. They say, okay, before, when you say, oh, now let me give a typical example that they don't like either. A lot of people, they can make fun of other people, other politicians. Oh, Atiku is a thief. Oh yeah, everybody will laugh about that, right? Tinubu is a thief, no problem. They say Tinubu was dead. He's been flown abroad for medical reasons. Is this and is that? We will laugh about it and we'll move on because we consider them politicians, right? We do not have bone in their cases. So when you say, oh, Peter Obi's wept, then they will say you are being a bigot. Why do you hate Peter Obi? So what is special about him? Is it better than Atiku? Is it better than any politician? Oh, Omoyele Sowore does not have any qualification to run for an office. He does not have any experience. Let him go and start from the local government as a local government chairman on the councillor.
But Bad Boy is okay.
On the flip side, Bad Boy is okay for Lagos State with an internship resume. You know what I'm saying, Babati? Right. So when you put all these facts and figures on the table for them, they can't take it. The next thing they want to take, they drive to the easiest default setting. It's a bigot. He hates us. He does this. He does that. Those are the things. But when you go to their echo chamber, when you listen to how these people, I saw Kulata was trying to explain something to one guy over the weekend. The guy already has his own mindset about Kulata. He might have not seen Kulata before, but he has heard Kulata from somewhere. This is how they operate. They have WhatsApp group where they pass on information. Oh, Baba T is on.
Enigmatic, wait. You always talk about this WhatsApp group. Where do you get this WhatsApp group from?
Everything I'm telling you. I'm not saying it in the surface. This is why they don't. Why do you think they don't like Rita? I mean Zita. Why do you think they don't like Emeka? When you've lived around them and you know their code, they don't like it. Like you are spilling their secret. That's what they don't like. So they will rather, coalesce around their own failures. But when you are pointing it out to them, they don't like it. Somebody was here the other day. You were saying these are the things that Nnamdi Kanu was saying at a certain time. They said, go and bring the video. As if we didn't say it. As if we didn't call Yoruba some certain names. As if we didn't do all those things. As if we were not here alive prior to the election before Obi moved to Labour Party.
One man brought the video now. Immediately one man brought the video.
What did they throughout the Baba T, all through the election? Tell me one thing that okay. Oh, Baba T, are you aware that Tinubu stole $5 trillion? Yes, he stole it. They won't tell you, bring a shred of evidence. Where did you see it? Give me the link. Let me check. Right? They won't say, they'll just take it hook, line, and sinker. When you say similar thing about other politician article, they believe it on the fly. Oh, Obi had a case of $250 million, 250 million naira. Well, how do you know? Show me the link. Let me see the proof. Go to everyone and bring. So that is the problem. They don't like the truth. Okay. This Gbadebo issue, if you do not believe me, is a typical example of how they think. This is not like a year ago, Babati. 2 days or 3 days ago, we were speaking about this thing for almost 2 weeks. And then I was saying, okay, let's give you guys, let him contest. At least election is coming up. Give him the Labour Party ticket now. What is good for Lagos should be immaculately better, right? For Anambra State. And they were giving you reason why he's not good for Anambra State. No, he's not experienced. He's not done. Also, somebody that is not experienced, right? You want to hand an economy of the sixth largest economy into his hands. To look at the maturity. Look at even his maturity. Look at his political maturity. Look at his antecedent. So if you keep talking about this, right, we won't stop. But when you see people with hypocritical mindset and they have this fallacy of double standard, and when you put it to them, it's like remove the pegs in your eyes first before you look into my eyes. But when I tell you your pegs in your eyes are nasty, you don't want to take it. This is the problem. We want good Nigeria, right? Prior to the election, during the election, now elections are over. You said something on this platform that it is very good if this guy, after the election comes out, to control his crowd. You know their nature. Has he done that?
Or Peter B, for the good of the country, if he loves the country, he needs to help out.
Has he done that? No. What has he been doing? He's been basically gaslighting them, pouring fuel into the fire. Is number two.
Let me say something here. If you can permit me, please. At this junction, you don't need to address me. But the only address we give is please don't go to violence. I don't see anybody going into violence. They have right to talk. Then after the judiciary, we can't go more than that. This is what I keep telling people. For me, we have to respect the rule of law.
Midwest.
All of them. They have one word or other.
Midwest.
They're already saying that even the court is biased. It's going to be partial anyway.
Yeah.
They're already setting the court up to the narrative up for whatever happened. If they lose, they're already setting up the narrative that the court is partial. It's not going to be fair to them. They're already setting up that narrative already, which is unfair to the court system itself. How can you be telling that the court will not be fair to you and they yet even hear the case?
See, my brother, see, whether the judiciary is fair or not, their own what is it called? Judgment is final. You can't go more than that.
I know.
So if they are not fair,
listen to me. I'm saying in their mind.
That's why I say
the only way that they can
everybody has.
Win. That is their mindset that they can only be fair to them if they win the case. That's the only way that the court is fair. That's the only way they see it.
Yeah, I expect them to be. I expect them to be positive that they will win, but they have to prepare their mind that this case is before a judge, and once the judge speak and those team of judge, it's a game over. Let us accept it and let's move forward.
That is my point.
You see it now.
No.
My dear brother, if anybody is not prepared for that, the military is there, the mobile police is there, the police is there to make them to understand that it's a game over when the judge speaks. That's all. Let everybody go and do whatever they like.
Wait. You know they already have this victimhood mindset already built in. That's the problem that I'm trying to let you understand. That
Babati, let's listen to this. Yeah, let's listen to
Babati,
this.
I said, oh God, upon Tinubu, his wife and his children and his entire lineage, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Render your judgment upon the camp of Femi, that stupid, idiotic lawyer. Rain it upon his household in the name of Jesus.
Thomas, stop that thing, please. Stop it. Thomas, stop it.
Okay. So how can you? Okay.
Oh my God.
Thomas, now Midwest. How can you reason with that kind of individual? You can't reason with this kind of individual.
See, one thing I want you to monitor. I also talk to one man. I want to tell one man.
Midwest, hold on. Midwest, hold on, please. Hold on. Babati, if I have to speak to this now, right? If I have to speak to what Thomas just played now, right? That is a platform, right? And then this is it. I believe you understand. You know that voice, and she's always in a certain platform, and that platform, right? They do a lot of nasty things, but when they come to this platform, they want to choreograph, right, and direct events on this platform. But it's not that we are stupid. It's not that we are dead. We go to those platforms, and then you'll be listening. You'll be looking at them. And then when they come over here, they want to actually champion the cause of how people speak on this platform. And I challenge everybody. What is it? I am very measured in my statement, and I understand everything I say. What I will do to you, what I will do on this platform every time is I like scenario-based conversation. I will tell you this is what is okay. If I can make a comparison now, have you ever seen me spray on anybody on this platform like this or call anybody out? Have I ever said Babati frontally to say you are this is who you are, or anybody? The max you can see me do is directly address those politicians, and I've said it on this platform. If I direct any statement to any politician and you take it personal, I care less a huge. Whose is God? I don't care about that. That is your problem. Yeah. Because the politician is not your daddy, neither do I know that the politician is you.
Not paying my bills.
Right?
Hondi, wait, can I ask you a question?
Okay, I want to say something, if you permit me, my brother. You see,
let's hear from Midwest.
One thing I want to say is it is actually Midwest. We need to start searching our heart to a point that we have to apply high level of intelligence. This is one of the most complicated issues. If we don't manage it, very hurt all of us. Because why? Politically, everything, it is going to derail a lot of things. We cannot undermine it. So let us not act like them. We were not raised like that. We don't reason like that. You also have stupid people within your own tribe who behave like this. But I think we need to change. Because if we want to use, in Benin Parable, they said, don't scratch your body the way it scratches you, or else you will peel it. I think that is what is going. What is it play out here? Everybody understand that there are some element of people who can no longer control their emotion. Let them not drag everybody into that kind of something, because now we just have to wait, preach peace, try to form even better team on than this. That we say this is an issue, please. They swept this issue under carpet. Few years, 5 years, because it created civil war. We don't have people that want to die. I don't pray for a situation whereby in Lagos I now see Yoruba people holding cutlass, hunting for Igbo holding gun, this one holding gun, and you don't know whether your mother is even the other opposite side. May God forbid. But however, we are human beings. When you are pushed to a level, you can act. We can also deny that. So let us, at this election, we cannot die for it. Everybody have right to take a side, but I think
why are you always looking to the Midwest? Settle down, Midwest. Settle down. Why are you always printing the extreme scenarios? Nigeria is nowhere near any of these spaces that you describe, you know. And now that the elections are over, things will settle down. It's almost certain that it will.
Woman, this is my concern. I feel like Obi might be losing control of the obedience. That they are becoming their own court that might not be able to handle them post the court ruling. That's I worry about that. That even if it comes as I said, let's calm down, whatever. They've grown wings. They've gone so big as a movement on their own that they might not even listen to me anymore. And I worry for that space, woman. I do worry.
No, I worry for the space too, Babati. But I think Obi, he has it within him to manage that space. So, and I think the last opportunity to manage it is this court case. So he has to start to sensitize their minds that in the courts, they can either win or lose, you know. So it needs to start to ratchet back the language, because the language is still too high coming from him. So it needs to start to build up to wherever the judgment lands, which is not likely to land in his favor, only because we know that by antecedents, they don't overturn presidential elections in Nigeria. So
you know what they will say already. The case was you already know the narrative posted. You already know. You see it coming. They're gonna say, oh, the case was not fair to him, blah blah blah. But he has to, like you said, he has to come out. But there will still be elements in that space that will, because they have platforms now. Look at what someone just played us. That woman, you know her, don't let me mention her name. She's all over the place. She used to be very small before. Very little. She comes here, goes to other place. Now she's in that space. Now she's one of their queens. Now she's a major, you know. So she's now having her own like her own followers now. That they are following her now. She's building a movement. Next thing you know, she's going to have her own platform, and before you know it, she has her own echo chamber, and it snowballs from there. So these people that are creating these mini echo chambers all over the place, where they are forming core personalities that build followership and keep echoing this sentiment, and it's very dangerous for the country, and that's my worry.
All right, Babati, let me play.
Also me.
So sorry, go on.
One man, I just I'll be leaving because I have to go prepare for Ramadan. It's starting today.
Before you go, let me play you something that will maybe douse the tension a little bit. Watch this. Look at that.
Funke Oloko, Jando Laya, Kofera wọn, Koye ma teko jẹ mọ́. Let's our non-Yorubas listener. Let me just interpret that.
He's not married.
They said Funke Jennifer, he doesn't have husband. The Jandoi, he doesn't have wife. So they should just get married. They should stop deceiving Lagosians. So that's the meaning of that song. Those people, those ladies are. Babati, enigmatic, give us your last so you can go and have your Ishinu. Or is it Ishinu or any money food?
Sorry, enigmatic, are you not meant to be peaceful during Ramadan?
Yeah, that's why you see me being peaceful. I seem peaceful.
One man,
is that not the
one
whole
man,
idea?
one
But
man.
it's
It's been
actually
peaceful. It has been. It's
it's
very
actually
peaceful
the
today. Oh, it's
it's
been
actually the
peaceful.
fault. But you know why actually, because I was basically doing some other things, but somebody called my attention that somebody
Yeah.
is yelling my name up and down. So what we
I was
mostly say?
hoping that Spinner was going to come and give us specific, but he said, I didn't even,
Enigmatic.
I didn't even know what
Enigmatic. I don't want to bring you in. No, I was
Yeah,
just thinking, this place is going to be scattered tonight.
no. You know, Thomas, let me tell you something. You know, when you see when you see people throwing stone at a certain tree, they say the tree has what? It has some fruits, right? When you see Zeta come to this platform and they keep at a point, like I tell you, they go behind, they speak, they talk, right? Oh, there's a lady on the one man show now, Zeta. She's always doing this. What there's nothing Zeta says over here, right? That is not factual. But when you see people who are basically adverse to factual issues, fact-based matters, right? Des came over here. It took you almost 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You were asking him. He went to the tangent of biblical tangent and talking about some ecclesiastical stuff. At the end of the day, he landed on enigmatic, right? Rational Mike came for almost 30 minutes. He couldn't say what enigmatic actually said categorically. What did enigmatic say? He said, "Oh, every time he comes over here, I know he does this, he does that." What did I do? I was putting things together. If I'm wrong, I mean, face me with it. First, let me know where I'm wrong and let me know what to do. Is it the fact that when things happen in a certain part of the country, you guys look away, and then when a microcosm of that happens in another part of the country, you guys want to magnify it to the highest
Blow it up.
proportion, to blow it up, and then you even create an echo chamber for that for the next 3 days. It's going to be a talking point. Do you think people are stupid? No. So, and I've said it. If that is the way or the technique to actually get some people off a certain platform, no, that is a very wrong thing. Because each time I come over here, I will speak the way I speak, based on fact, and then I'll paint my scenario. If those are wrong, come and challenge it. You brought 2 of them tonight. 2 of them, they couldn't say anything. The other one ran away just now. So I'm going back to sleep.
And by the way, enigmatic, Rational Mind did not run away. He left because he did not want to be drawn into a back and forth. You know, he's not very happy with the way you spoke to him. Because
Yeah.
I've just come off the phone to him now, but I'll speak to you offline.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
speak
okay.
with you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. And then, like I said, one man, this is just and all those things about trying to censor people. They are petitioning some government. People like me, I will even like that. People like me, if they want to censor people, they want to petition people. They know the platform they should go to. They know the propagandist platform. They know the echo chamber platform where they want to inflame Nigeria every time. Babati, I'm challenging you. Go to that platform on Saturday. I saw Kulata on weekend. I was like, I said, what does this guy want on this platform every
Is
weekend?
it damages?
Yeah, what does he want there?
Honey, is it damages?
Yeah. What do you want there?
Wait, Honey, wait. Ask Thomas and one man. I went off on them 2 weeks ago.
Babati, I will tell you where me and one man go there. You should know where we go there, why we go there. You should know now.
That place is too.
The abuse is out of control. That's
and the guy, and then you see here, you can see what. Oh my God! The guy does not even control languages. Never.
Enigmatic. Sorry, give me 1 second. I like Rudolph, but he doesn't. There is no censor. There is nobody in the comment section to delete message. He will just
You know what it is, Thomas. I think he's still trying to, because the crowd just came to him suddenly. Because I've been monitoring his space since because I've known him for a while.
It wasn't like that, one man. It wasn't like that. The platform wasn't like that. All of a sudden, it just turns to an echo chamber of lunacy.
Yes,
and
but
absolute.
you know that this whole game is all about the views. Do you understand?
The views,
Yes,
the monetary aspect,
and where the view is strongest, you stay with it. And if you have to tolerate it, then you tolerate it. Because
No,
I don't. Yeah, yes,
it's just it's like normal. It's a lunatic asylum, and I wish you people. I feel so bad for Kulata. Kulata was almost. He came out of his character on this because he was explaining something to this guy, and this guy already had a premeditated mindset against him. Everything he was saying, he wasn't listening to Kulata at all.
Nisuru.
Oh, I know Kulata Shemi alone.
No. Ask me. No.
Yeah, but Kulata is able to detach himself from that sort of language. He more likely. It doesn't. I don't think he cares about abuse. It doesn't matter to him. But if you tell something untrue about his person, then that's more something that will agitate him.
But woman, what is the point of having a conversation? Isn't it for you to learn, to yourself, improve? That's because when I come in, sometimes I don't talk. I'm in the background. If I'm working like that right now, I'm on call right now to 2:00. So I will join you guys, hang out, learn a few things or two. I think that's the whole point of having the conversation, right? To learn something. So, but what is the point of talking to people that they're not willing to learn anything? If you don't believe in them, they will abuse you. They were calling the guy terrorist because he does not show his face. And when he came here, I had to scold him. Him and one man and Thomas. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Why did you go there? I'm like, I was pissed. One man, you can tell. I'm like, what is going on? People now? Why are you going?
I know. I know you are not happy.
Omar, do you know the most ludicrous one that there was a guy that came. I think I stumbled on that video maybe 2 days ago. The guy was trying to present this egalitarian mien most of the time on the stuff, and then you can tell that he is so biased, tilting towards his people. I think the guy is probably Franklin or whatever from Germany, and I think you asked him some questions, and then he went off really bad.
Oh, was it that one that I prodded at that then went?
Yeah. I was like, man, one thing I just see, that you guys do not know a lot of you, and I don't blame you because you've not really lived in certain parts of Nigeria. You've not lived in. If you see people who have probably had the opportunity to live in certain parts of Nigeria, you will know how to handle some certain folks and certain conversation with them. What you are seeing, do not be surprised, because if you ask them, and I can say it again, if you ask them pointedly, tell me 1, 2, 3 that you are unpleasant with about what he says on this platform, they couldn't pick up one. But when they eventually struggle to pick up one, and then when you ask them follow-up questions, maybe more or less like cross-examination, is this or this? That is not my word. Go back to it. I can pull anything.
There was the last time I was on there, in fact, it was just a slow something. I just thought, let me just go and just mess around with these people. I wasn't even going there to really. I just wanted to, fool around and whatnot. And then some guy just launched at me as soon as I got there, and he said to me, "I have to stop what I am doing, otherwise he will report me." I said, "Okay, fine. So what exactly is it?" He said, he said the titles that I use. And I said, "Okay, cite me an example." He said, the titles that you use. I said, "Of course I know the titles that I use, but tell me the one that offends you." And he says, "You just must." And then he got into, those very frustrating sort of conversations. I just thought, you know, I just thought just the most ludicrous. And anyway, that's a nonsense. But
Hi,
why
can
would
I
you not?
speak
Why
to
would you
this?
not criticize? No, let me just land this. Why would you not criticize the Peter Obi space when you see things like this? Watch this.
Jesus. Hey. Oh boy, yeah. Oh boy, yeah. Sorry. Ala balanda and the boy.
So that's Anambra State, or just after a little bit of rain.
That's a tanja right there. One man, I know these places like one man. You know, this is why they don't like some people, because they will never on their platform or wherever that you will. If this thing that comes up now, they are mad about it. They will never want to let people see the go. Anybody can
Imagine if that was in Lagos.
In Lagos, ask anybody how Okoko look like. You know, there are some certain places that, you know, why are you talking to me like this? Your place is like more or less an urban slum. You should keep quiet. But that's not the conversation for today. But this is what people do not like. People are so averse to the truth. And then when they see people actually, you know, close to the ground, letting them know what is happening, they don't like it. And I have to go now, man.
Can I
Let me go and play it.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Enigmatic. Yeah, good to see you,
Oriola. I was gonna speak to this guy.
Who is this?
Hold on. Who did you want to speak with? Did you want to speak with Enigmatic because it's about to?
Yeah, I was gonna speak to him. You can tackle me if you want.
Yeah, but be mindful of the language. I don't have to say that again.
No.
All right.
I'm actually not. I'm not.
All right, go for it. Go for it.
What I'm thinking, because I try to like study people and try to see what people are thinking, but that's not the point. That's not what I'm trying to talk about. I understand like everybody, like a lot of people, especially the people you're talking about, they have something in mind, how they see stuff, which there's nothing wrong with that. But I would just like if we can focus more on, because we already know these things happen. So what is it doesn't start now. Yeah, it started like way back, like probably 150 years ago. How do we go forward from here? Because I don't think we need all this. We already know, like everything that you're saying that when you go to the airport, I won't lie to you. The way you guys will bring in facts is good, but we have to move on from it regardless. We have to know, because I think the election shows that everybody have, like, this is what everybody have in mind. Everybody's just hiding it. But the election bring it out of people to actually say what they've been thinking. So I would just like if we just talk about how do we move forward? What is the next solution from here, instead of just, regardless, this is what they'll be saying. Regardless, I don't think they will ever change their mind, because I think they have, like, the way I see it is more like somebody robbed them from what is theirs, and there's no way you can take that away. But let's look for solution. What do we do? Because in my own way, the way I see things, I feel like the foundation is bad for Nigeria. Like the foundation is definitely not a good foundation. So what do we do? What is the next move forward? Well, how can we, if we want to build this country, what do we do? Instead of focusing on
Oriola, you tell us what you do. Let's start from you. What do we do? Let's start from you.
Oriola,
yeah.
I was about leaving but I have to stay back because I think you were probably trying to direct that to me. But let me answer this maybe a minute before I move. What do we do, right? What should have been done is what you see the president-elect doing already. and you can see articles, body language, and cool mien so far. What do we do, right? The people that are doing what we shouldn't do are these same people now. Like I told you, they are vice presidential candidates.
Don't worry. Don't speak to them.
Okay.
Just speak to what we have to do.
Okay. What we have to do is, first of all, understand the fact that we have diverse opinions, and we are from the diversity in us is a fact that we can't basically deny. But we have to find a common ground. So the common ground is, where do we respect each other and each other's culture, attitude, and then having to juxtapose where we can work together. For instance, right?
Right.
When a team is preaching peace, do not try to turn the peace, right, as weakness, because somebody who is trying to preach, who is being liberal,
enigmatic. I think that's where he's asking you to move away from now. I think where you're going to now.
Okay. Well,
for the future, the positive for the future is what he's asking.
Positive for the future is just, I believe, the leaders have to. The leaders should speak in one voice. One, the leaders, even when they speak in a diverse voice, the followers should be responsible, and then we should understand the fact that if people can think that politicians are politicians, if we followers can hold ourselves together, regardless of what we think of our political leanings, right? And then we see ourselves as one Nigeria. Do not be a Nigerian when it is convenient for you. Let's come together to speak in one voice. If I have to be picking holes, in what one man has to say or what you have to think, then we are probably pulling a different that we are pulling aside. But we have to pull together to understand the fact that regardless of our differences and political leanings, right, we are still Nigeria. That Nigerianness should hold us together, and then we can start from there. That's probably the little way we can start on my own part.
What do you think about?
Thank you, enigmatic. Yeah.
Go on, Oriola. Yeah. Okay, so before I actually say mine, because I knew that there's some people that they've been trying. I think they did in the past, like they put together, like, I don't know if it's a regional, but it's more like a way where we have I think it's more like they were trying to do it the time of our law, where everybody stay in their regional way. And I think this guy, the governor, is it Kaduna? He worked on some ways that they can have a good plan for Nigeria. So I just, what do you think about that? Like a plan where the discussion that they didn't have in the past, especially the leaders of every tribes or every ethnicity in Nigeria, can come to the table, discuss how, because to be honest with you, no matter what any leader comes up with and just talk to anyone,
we've had four of those conversations, Oriola, nationally. We've had 4 of those conversations. We've come to agreements around those 4 conversations. I think we've actually had 5 now of those conversations come to an agreement, and then the documents of those agreements, they've now been put in the archives, and we've just carried on as we were.
Yes, so it means that there's nothing is not gonna be worked on. So that's what I'm saying. Like, instead of just us talking, like the leaders would just go ahead, just like you said, they have 5 different discussions already on the same thing, but they just hide it somewhere. Instead of just doing that, why don't? Because I think that would be like the first step. Like whatever solution they've brought up in the past, let's put it to work. Let's see how that can actually, because to be honest,
we can put it to work at our citizen level. It has to be. It has to be a governmental. You see, because really, you see what you're talking about. It essentially goes around nationhood, the composition of the country, the individual's responsibility and duties to the state, the state's responsibilities and duties to the citizen, and all of that. So we've had those conversations, and then the last one was a sovereign national conference that was under Goodluck Jonathan, and then they also had a consultation thing led by El Rufai under this dispensation. So
Right.
we've had a lot of those conversations, and we've documented where the fault lines are and where the solutions might be. But there's never been any implementation. A lot of the solution, they just lie in divesting power, recognizing the individual nationhoods that make up that country, and acknowledging where they fit into the jigsaw that pulls the country together. So all of that documented, but never actioned.
Right, because I think that if we ever put that to work, so for example, during the election, whatever shenanigans everybody is coming up with, which I think, to be honest with you, if you grew up in Nigeria, your family probably speak on that kind of stuff before you've heard it, but it's not in the open. And it happens everywhere, even where I live. Things like this still happen. But I felt like if, just like you said, they already have a plan that's good. So everybody, which I think that if we can be on our own, like the regional will be the best, where you know that this particular area, we have to, if I can live anywhere I want in Nigeria, but if I go to here, I have to respect whatever they're doing. I have to follow whatever their culture or whatever they put in place for their own government. I have to follow it. Because I feel like that's what is coming up now, where you said it's one Nigeria, and some people that don't know anything about history, like they don't. I mean, I heard on your platform somebody said Nollywood started 1991, and that's crazy. That means the person does not know anything about history. If you're thinking the Nollywood in Nigeria started in 1991,
That was Joel. That was Joel that said that.
so you know, you can see how crazy that is, and that person is saying he started in one particular area, and everybody's saying like, oh, way back like
But T,
60s.
you remember that conversation when Joel was saying some
yeah.
random film?
Well, like,
So I just think that
so Ogunde is not Nollywood.
right, he's more
One
like a
man,
lot of
I
people
remember
don't
you
know.
were mad with him that day. You were mad with him that day. That
We
what are
have to
you
go
saying?
digging through the records to.
Right, and you can see that even this election, some things like that just come up where people are giving history that doesn't even sound right. It's more like we don't know anything. And I feel like if such things are in place, then everybody will learn. To be honest with you, if you live outside Nigeria, you will appreciate like how your culture, you have to hold it. Like you have to actually live outside. Like when I grew up in Nigeria, I had not I could I could care less. But living outside, you appreciate what you have. So I feel like a lot of people like those things is coming up now, and I feel like the best solution would be let us understand where we come from, whatever solution they've put in place. Let's try it. I mean, we can try put 50 years after 50 years. If it doesn't work, let's do referendum. Those things, at least we're getting somewhere instead of just repeating the same thing. Because to be honest with you,
Progress of some sort are being made, but not at the pace that those progress needs to be made. Changes are taking place because even under this, probably one of the most archaic sort of system, this archaic administration, sort of backward looking, ultra conservative. In the last minute, this guy has signed into law a lot of things that would leapfrog that country. So it's not going to be one magic moment that everything changes. It's going to be in drips, and it's just one policy there, one amendment there. That's how these changes will come. I don't think it's going to come in one fell swoop.
Right. I
Can
agree
I
with you.
quickly say
I
something,
think
please,
it's a
sir?
step. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just woke up now. Listening to the last speaker now, asking that question, what's the solution will be?
Samo, are you listening to us in your dreams?
No. I left my
Yeah,
phone
go on.
on.
I
I
was
left
just
my phone
joking.
on. Yeah, it's all
I
right.
was
I
just
left my.
joking. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I leave my phone on at night and I listen. I wake up in between. I go back to sleep. So I just woke up now. And the answer to that question, there's no silver bullet to solving that problem. We are tribalists in Nigeria. All of us, let's not pretend we are ethnic people. I went to Nigeria last week. I came back on the 13th. I spent like 10 days there. The election was supposed to hold, but they shifted it. So I came back on the 13th. I saw a lot of things. I was based in our apartment in Ikeja, GRA, Oduduwa Road, if you know that place, off Remi Fanikayode Street, off Showememo Street. There's a supermarket there, Shifi Supermarket. I bought some Jack Daniel, I bought some Jane, 21,500. Because of the infrastructure that we do not have in Nigeria. The cashless policy is a good policy, but then the infrastructure is not there to support it. I mistakenly transferred 215,000 naira to this woman's account. The sales girls are there. Everybody was transferring because the POS wasn't working fine. Instead of transferring 21,500, I mistakenly transferred 215,000. So I didn't realize the money was already processing. Immediately I saw it. Oh God! I immediately shut off the data on my phone, thinking it's going to stop it. Immediately I put the data on, the money went straight into the account. On realizing that, I showed the sales girl, oh, sorry guys, I've made a mistake, and I'll pay the 21,500 again. So that one went through. So tell your boss to send the money back to me. I'm not stereotyping, this is not prejudice. The woman is an Igbo woman. They have taken over Lagos, believe it or not. The last time I went to Nigeria was 12 years ago. I live at Alakpereketu. I was based in Ikeja at that time. The Igbos have literally taken over everywhere. I'm not angry about that. It's fine if they believe that's the way they survive everywhere they go. I like their industrious part of life. I mean, I like it. But then you can't be frontal and be abusive and be arrogant about some things. On top of my money, 215,000, return my money. You won't believe it took almost 5 days for her to do this. Okay, fine. Zenith Bank, Access Bank, UBA are the worst banks in Nigeria at this period when you transfer money into, and the money would not go through. Everybody that I supported in Nigeria when I went, I gave money to. Some of them got the money after 3 days, some of them after 4 days. GT Bank, because I used GT Bank, that was going easily, very straightforward. The money went through straight away. I kept calling this woman. Luckily for me, the apartment wasn't very far from her shop, a big supermarket. I got angry, but I didn't want to show myself like. I mean, the thing really got to me. Like, what's wrong with this? She was abusing me. You know what she said? How can I be talking to our sales girls like that? How can I be talking to her like that? Am I more than 40 years old? You are not even up to my last shot. Like, okay, fine, abuse me very well. Where's my 215,000? All of this she was doing was in a bid for me to get away and not come back again to collect that money. I went to VI the following Monday just to look around all the Lekki toll gates, Lekki Phase 1, all of those places that caused the riot and people that said they were collecting tolls. I went through
So
all of these places.
is it a tourist attraction now, the Lekki toll gate?
No, it's been 12 years I went to Nigeria. I just went to see for myself those things that we see on YouTube and just juxtapose that with live sites just to see around. I'm disappointed in Sowolu. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll tell you what they do in Lagos. They left the interiors undone. They focused on the exteriors. They focused on Yaba. I went to Yaba, Oshodi. I went to Lekki 1, 2. I went to Jagaban's house and Bodilion. I saw people waiting for him as customary. I mean, he's always going to give them money. That was the first time I went to his house. And I mean, those places are beautiful. I saw Microsoft building. I saw Oracle building in Mikoyi, in VI. I mean, things have really changed. But the interiors, they left the interiors undone. I'm from Ketu, where I mistakenly drove on a Sunday from Ikeja to my parents' house in Ketu. I was mad. Like, what is going on here? I left this place 10 years ago. It wasn't like this. They left the place undone, started work. They left it 3 years. One of my friends is Jibrin. He's this SSA to Sanwo-Olu. He's on Twitter. I'm calling him out. I'm calling my friend out now on live. What's it called? A program here. I texted him like, "What's happening? You guys said you're working." He said, "Yeah, Emma Binu." They started the place like 3 years ago. They're still working on it. You need to go to the interiors to see. It didn't do anything. And I believe they could have done more. One man know me here. I'm a Tinubu diehard. But when I saw this, I changed my mind. Like, what is all this nonsense? I still support him, but then I believe they could have done more. Going back to that woman's story, I called from VI. I'm on my way. He said, don't worry, in 1 hour I transfer the money. I got to her shop, didn't transfer it. I left her angry. The next thing I was going to do is just to bring the mopo, because I settled those ones like 1K every night. The mopo at my apartment. I was going to bring that. I told her, I see, if I go and I come back now and you don't do it, the second day I just left her, the third day, she didn't do the money. I told the mopo, let's go there at night. She closed around 10 o'clock. And we went there. I didn't need the 215,000 naira. I just told her, see, destroy everything inside this place. I've already given them money. Who will hold mopo with guns? I'm telling you what I did. And she came out, started begging me this and that. It was on that spot she transferred that 215,000 to me. And I was thinking to myself, did this have to get to this level? That's the real life instance. I'm telling you, life, guys. I'm not lying to you. I just came back last week Monday. So when people see all of these things, you come to people's area and you want to dominate them. You're so territorial. You don't listen. I'm back to my friend Oriola's question there. What's the solution? Can you wake somebody that is pretending to be asleep? When we come together and discuss things, they know what they need to do. They know the solutions. But then this innate arrogance that is burning inside them. The things that you allow in Lagos, but it's not permissible in their area. The opportunities you get in Lagos, but you cannot get elsewhere. In their places, in Enugu, in Igbo. I was watching a video the other day. Somebody said someone from Alabra cannot be a governor in Ebonyi State. Yet we have Sanwo-Olu, who is from Ogun State. We have other people who are from other southwestern states and becoming governors in Lagos. I'm not saying you shouldn't come to Lagos to become a governor. Respect the people you meet there. I cannot go to your place and start telling you your place.
Be mindful of because we are fast getting a reputation of
no, see, one man. I understand you perfectly. I understand you perfectly. You need to protect the show, but we need to speak the truth to ourselves sometimes. Rational mind needs to be very careful. Yeah, Yoruba man. I even doubt Yorubaness. The other day he was cursing the king. What's wrong with this guy? Sometimes I listen to your program. I want to come like, let me just put it together because I have a bad mouth too. People need to calm down for Christ's sake.
I understand all these things happen, but I just
Good morning. Thank you, everyone, man.
Let's just stick to solutions because definitely it does happen. But I mean, that's why that's what I meant. That if there's a solution, there's cultural difference. But if that's on paper, that regional,
do you know
this part.
Let me.
If you come to this part, you respect the culture. This is how it will work. If we speak Yoruba, we stick to it. If you go here, they speak Igbo, you stick to it, you respect the culture. But it's not on paper. What Constitution says is one, anybody can go anywhere. And you remember, like I said, a lot of people don't even know anything about themselves. They were born in one place. Their mindset is, I'm born here. I've spent 30 years, 40 years. I can do whatever I want. But if whatever constitution or whatever they discuss, the discussion they have that they kept in archive, if they can bring that out, have a solution, that's the best way to go. We all know these things happen, but repeating it will not get us anywhere. Let's find a solution. That's what I think.
Oriola, yes, you're right, but that solution, we've been talking about that solution since the end of the Civil War. We are still looking for that solution because if the solution is just right there in our corner, we will make use of that solution. I don't think, I may be wrong, but I don't think there's any solution for now. When you look at the toxic of these past elections, Yoruba fighting Igbo, Igbo fighting Yoruba, Igbo cursing the Hausa quiet. It's coming together.
Do you know what annoys me the most? some people will not come here, can't sign intellectual, and I say, well, it is only the political class that is clamor, that is making this noise. This is not. We don't all share the same sentiment. I'm like, why are you lying? No, this is not politician. Everybody is doing it. So people try to limit it to the political class. No, everybody has this problem that they feel to address. Let's embrace our diversity.
Yes.
Let's not pretend that it's not there. This guy is coming now. I don't see skin color. You see skin. We all see it. We all see that.
Thank you.
Why are you pretending that it's not there? Embrace that it's there. That is a good start.
Right.
So
I said that before too.
Sometimes we will be pretending the
Baba
problem
T,
is
may
not
God
there.
bless you.
Right. I said this in the past, that I think that we should accept who we are, respect it. And the solution, I think, we should have it. This part, this is the Yorubas. This part, this is the Awusas. This part, this is the Fulanis. If you go to this region, you have to respect whatever. Go. Let's do regional. We can still be one country, but we know that this part of the country, you can live there, you can do whatever you want, you can marry, but you just have to respect their culture.
Let me give an instance. Sorry to cut you. Let me give an instance. If I say, oh, Chinedu wants to become governor of Lagos, right? And you say you buy people kick against it, and I say, okay, that's wonderful. And I say, okay, I'm looking for a Nigeria where Muftaro Kusubal from Sokoto will be governor of Anambra. They will say, no. See, Anambra is not metropolitan, it's not cosmopolitan, because that is the case for Lagos. They will say, Lagos is a cosmopolitan state, so therefore anybody can rule over there. But my own, no, we are not that way, so you cannot come here and do that. I'm like, wait, how is that one Nigeria? Because the ideal scenario would be that as Chinedu is becoming governor in Lagos, Gaba is becoming governor in Anambra, and Toby is becoming governor in Sokoto. That would be the Nigeria of our dreams. Where
no, that can never happen. I won't even agree to that.
Why are we now?
I won't agree to that because I don't want to lose my culture. I want my kids, grandkids to know.
That is my point.
Because what we are playing with is fire, and I'll tell you why. You see, like the Europeans, the Asians, they have their own. The English are the English. The Italians are the Italians. And I hate people using America as an example. Stop that. Canada and America, they're European country. They came here, they slash away whatever the indigenous people that they can talk, and they own the place now. So stop using them as an example. They took us, the blacks, as slave, and they don't want us to be equal as them. So all of this nonsense that everybody's spitting, because I live here and they don't see me as equal, even though we're all lying to ourselves, I don't want to lose my own culture, because there's World War I, everybody had to split and belongs to one, everybody know who they are. There's World War II, there's what's what is it that they crushed USSR and split them, because Ukraine and Georgia and all of those small other tribes, they don't want to be under one country. Is going to happen in Africa eventually, because we're all thinking, see, the world goes around. History will always repeat itself. The way you can defeat history is to know it and prevent repetition of what already happened. So all of this, one thing, one Nigeria, one. Did we even put ourselves together? That foundation is rocky in the first place. Like, we didn't put ourselves together. We need to talk about that. Like, that need to be settled. Where I respect you. I respect you. Come to the table. This is my want. This is my don't. That's how we work together. But I don't want to lose my culture, because I understand how it is.
Thank you very much. You see what you said This is what Ahmadu Bello said. He said, let's discuss our differences so we know them, so we can know them. People say, let's put it aside and let's work as an African.
Yeah, they're crazy.
You see,
and that's
he
why
even
they're
went to
ruining
religion.
our life.
Okay, look, and this was prior to the independent. Now imagine independent date. Look at what is going on in Lagos. And people will come to platform and they will be telling you, it's like the thing is not there. It's just like some people, I don't know, people are pushing it.
The same thing happened before independence. Nnamdi Ezekwe wanted to take over Lagos. They said no. He never grew up in Lagos. He went to secondary school in Lagos. So all of these things is just repetition. That's why I said if we don't understand history, it's going back and it's going around and coming back. Because we don't understand it, we don't know how to fight it because we refuse to understand
let me
our
just
history. Go ahead.
Hold on. Do you know who Senator of this guy is? Do you know who's the name of the guy? Yayi. Do you know who Yayi is already?
Yayi for the one for Lagos.
Yayi is a two-time senator in Lagos West, and he just won third term. Guess where he's going to be representing for this third term?
Ogun State.
West. Do you know why nobody cares? Because it's
Yoruba, man.
Yeah,
Who cares?
This is why I tell my Igbo friends. Yorubas don't have state lines. Forget what you see about division. We don't have.
Wait, not just us. It's everywhere. Stop saying it's just us. If you go abroad, everybody's like that. If I see my people, we're the same. I don't care. It's my people. We talk.
So when somebody says, how come somebody from Ondo can become senator in Lagos, but I from Anambra cannot become? I'm like, because you're not Yoruba. That's why. It's not. I'm not being tribalistic. It's just the way we are. Embrace that. The same way I will not go to Anambra to go and run for governor. I will never do that because I know I don't speak Igbo, and I'm not from there. Even though the law says 6 months, if I move to Anambra within 6 months, I can run for governor. That's Nigerian law. It's just 6 months. But I know fully well that it will be unfair to me and to people of Anambra. I'm not.
Let us hear it from their own voice.
Grandfather is from Eza. He's from Ebony. They settled at Owo. They had a call. And today somebody will tell me, they have to come, Kanoma. When you bring somebody from Ebony to come and be the governor of Enugu State, God will not allow
that. Babati,
you hear that?
don't you think?
No. Thomas,
question.
Thomas, no, wait, guys, wait, let me finish. And that's my point.
See, Thomas, if I may come in here, see what we need to do. We need to respect them. This is what they want for themselves. All we need to do, other people should tell them, whatever we do in our place, respect us, and there will be peace.
Wait,
if they want it this way,
I think, sorry.
Background, this is what is going to satisfy the media. You see, try to.
Midwest, you are breaking. I thought you are driving. Yeah,
we try to mix it together because it worked for Yoruba like this. Because it's
Midwest is breaking up. You guys are
you people hearing me?
No, you are breaking. Your network is dipping in and out. Yeah. We can hear you now. Speak. You can speak now. Let's
Sorry, network problem.
Hello?
Yeah, I think the problem is the law. That law that says 6 months you get into a place, then you become part of them. That's what I'm saying. We need to put together.
That is total nonsense, Uriola.
Yes.
They will not accept you.
Right.
They will never accept you. No.
Exactly. So why do we? That's what I'm saying. The law itself is already crushing us. Like,
sorry, guys. Can I say something? Because I'll be here for 10 hours. I did really interject you guys, and I'll give you guys kudos.
Warpies. Yeah, let's hear from Warpies. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like bringing the country together is more difficult than the election, and which some of us have talked about. Like healing process will be more difficult. But again, I think the real problem we are really facing in this country is that we don't learn from history. And I say those that choose not to learn from history, history will always repeat himself. Everything that is happening now is not new. Just that we feel or think we are more, we try to use rocket science for a common sense solution. I think that's our biggest problem. This issue, Lagos non-man's land, didn't start today. It started from 1942, thereabout. And there, at the same time, there were some, I don't try to mind the word so that I don't flag one man. There was riot in the Kano. If anybody know history, where there was a lot of massacre then, the Kano people, the northern people didn't look whether you are Yoruba or Igbo or Benin or Robo. It's not much you, and no, that time we have good genetics. Now there's evolution, genetics change. Then you can tell who's Yoruba man, you can tell who's a Fulani man, you can tell who's Benin man, you can tell who's Yoruba man, called the physique. Now, they all these people come out that time, they don't care, they'll take everybody out that don't look like them. That was happening in the north. In the south, no man's land was happening. In the east, same thing, they were mainlining everybody dead, Ibibios, the queries, and they will see retaliate attack what they see in the north. Now, the three tribes or the region at that time have problem. It wasn't about developing the country anymore. It was about my tribal man must be the first prime minister. Now, a few people not doing the bidding for few people, which a few people are doing the bidding for the unseen shadow that control the country. The three of them that was running, if each of them allowed themselves, they say you go first, turn by turn, each of them will do 8 years. They will still have extra time to run again. But rather, they were so fixated that who wants to be the first prime minister, forgetting about the development of that country. That will now bring to the question, are these people really our clansmen? Are they really from that country? Because if you look at countries that were really developed, they all come together and agree how to move that country forward. One will be leader, one will be in charge of the commerce, one will make sure that there is security. And these people have that capability or that capacity to do such things.
Give an example of a country that does that.
Every country that builds a country.
Which
Japan,
one?
America,
Name one.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm naming many. America, England.
Wait, that's not true.
Hold on. I'll get you. Let me give you an example. During the 16th century, all of you keep quiet there.
Sweden is one of the examples. Sweden, Denmark, Finland, all these people.
Let me give you the United States. In the 16th century,
now we love hearing their voice now, my brother.
They just
we love hearing them. They are not disturbing us. No, we can hear you loud and clear. They are not disturbing us.
Yeah, during the 16th century, the Stuart dynasty, maybe I'm not pronouncing it well, is Stuart. There was that when they abolished the first time the monarchy in England, when they started this Commonwealth we're saying now, when the I've forgotten this lord that took over, who declared is the lord of the free Commonwealth state. Throughout that 16th century, there was skirmishes problem. The guy ruled with iron fist. Then when he was dying, he wanted his son to take over from him, and there was a big revolt. You protested against the dynasty through the parliament because he was a common man who rose from the military and entered the parliament. He was famous and he used the parliament to abstain the king, not just abstain the king, he beheaded the king, the James and the Harry, the James dynasty and the Harry dynasty, thereabout. Yeah, now when he was passing on, he wanted his son to take over the position. Then I said, no, this is what you fought against, and now this is what you want to do. It's like when a common man gets power, it becomes that thing he resents so much. So there was a big riot. Now, who took up the power? It was the Duke of Scotland. He now took up the power. He now took control. He could have started ruling England and Ireland and Wales, but he said no. The country must go back the way our forefather found it. He went to France to bring the son, I think Harry II, back. And the elders, they now came together to plan the country, how the country would go. That's where they really started the constitutional monarchy system. People must come together, decide how the country will go. If you cannot come together and decide how the country will go, the country will not work. This problem we're seeing here right now that's happening in Nigeria is not about how the Nigeria would develop or to solve our problem. It's rather how who will be my tribesman that will be president.
What is the solution? Can you give us the solution? Because
The solution is
it tired me always. We've been talking of solutions since the end of the war. We are still here.
Yeah, the solution is just a common sense. Like you said, we're looking for a rocket science for just a common sense solution problem. If the country don't come together, and which the position will not want, it will not. This issue will not go away, and there will not be development. We'll just be running around in a circle and start all over again. Anytime there's 4 years election, 4 years, 4 years as election cycle, this thing will happen again, and there will not be development. Now, if anybody that gets into presidency, if this thing does not go away, this will hamper development, regardless how you're going to take it, regardless the people you're going to bring to come and work there, regardless the idea you have for them. When people resent you, nothing you're going to give to them they're going to accept. You cannot do it alone. You need everybody. There must be a simple how will I say? The people must come together. That's what you see when they bring our traditional leaders, reducing the value of traditional leaders. It affects us. I told you guys, the next time I come to that room, I'll bring my cane. Close that door.
Imperial war peace.
We go send police to you. We go send police. I have a solution. Do you think we should just cancel all these Yoruba Igbo? Because America now, there is no Yoruba Igbo. All of them are Americans.
It's not possible.
They should cancel. It's just a suggestion. They should cancel all ethnic groups
from diversity.
Nigeria.
That's the problem.
The problem is we identify ourselves with another man's language, which will always bring problem for us. If we start saying we are tribal people, if you really check the meaning of tribal, it's a very, very how will I say, is a slander word to tribal means uncivilized people.
No, that's not true.
Okay, check it. You check it properly.
I don't have to, but that's not true.
Okay, it's okay. I'm not imposing on you. Village, same thing. Village means uncivilized people.
No.
Chief, hold on now. Chief is same thing. Even at the religions have to. In America, they have to protest against it. They use it to describe their leaders there, to put on that certain subject. Ask yourself, in the monarch in England, Europe, America don't have monarchy system. Europe and Asia, you never see any of them called chiefs. You would never. You either see duke, lords, earl, king. In Japan, they call their king emperor. Not even king, emperor of Japan. That's how the world leaders address Japan king. In Thailand, they address him as king, and his subordinate, the I don't know how you call it, duke and all that. I have never seen they call them chiefs. In Japan here, they don't call a place like community, like tribe, my village. No, they call them by word, constituency, or the name of their ward. Same in America, same where you are in London. Ask them, are you a village people or a tribal? They tell you, no, we're not tribal here. We don't use that word. No, we're not tribal. Because it's their word, they know what it means.
And that's what
Can I interject? I don't think there's anything. Yeah, you can, but I don't think there's anything wrong with tribal ethnicity.
Yeah, because
I don't think there's anything wrong with
yes. Let me use one language. When my cousin first came from Ibadan, come and stay with us, from the Johnson family. If you know the Johnson family were in Ibadan. When they came, my mother younger sister that got married to the general. Like, your kids don't even know Benin and all. My mother went, this is the 80s, and bring them to Benin. There was a word, one of the boys, the stubborn boy, used, is a cause like fucking Konida Afuen. Konida Afuen became a normal word in my streets. Now, if that 10 years,
that is a cause now.
I know it became a common word. Now, if in 10 years time, one guy, 50 years time, one guy from my street goes to Lagos and maybe Yoruba, East, West, and they say, he will be talking, saying, me, I'm a Konida Afuen boy. Thomas, how will you look? Are you not laugh?
Of course, yeah.
That is something that happening to us in Africa. Mostly we that try to identify ourselves with the European standard word they use to describe us. Do we really know that meaning? They tell you that's the meaning, and you run with it. Is it your word? No, it's not. Anyway, I'm far from what I'm saying. Back to Nigeria. We must sit down and talk about our problems. We must sit down. We must bring our traditional rulers back again. They must have a position in the constitution. They must sit down and talk about.
But what is, hold on? That is our problem. We don't want to talk about our problem.
Yes, we
We
don't
just
want to
put
talk
on
about
that
it.
as if we don't have the problem. And the
Yes,
problem is there, staring at our face.
Our face. You say you don't have a problem. You are creating laws to solve the problem you are saying that you don't have. How is it going to work? If you if you now enact a law in Lagos, like everybody must respect Lagos constitution, and everybody must be this and be that. At the same time, you go on TV, the governor will say, there is no problem. Igbos are welcome here. Everybody can trade this one who has here. How do you think that law will be effective? It won't work. We must accept it.
What would you have liked him to say?
What?
What would you have liked him to say?
And from the developed country I live for almost 20 years, they say when you identify a problem, it's half solved. When you agree to a problem, it's half solved. That's
Can
the
you
problem
solve the problem? That's
it's
the
half
question.
solved. Does it not mean it's solved the problem? Now we know we have a problem and we start working to solve that problem. If I'm using a word like here, we'll be saying calm down. Not in one person came out like for a very long time, I've been nurturing it. I don't like the word. Thomas, right here. Thomas.
Of course, yes. Yeah, of course, you're right.
We start using calm down, but we're using it the way we like. Hey, calm down. Hey, calm down. That came out like, no, I've been nurturing this. It doesn't mean it's right. I don't like it. So if we did not acknowledge it as a problem, how we will understand that word was offensive to somebody? We must first acknowledge that there is problem, and these are the problem. I don't like how you do this. I don't like how you do that. I don't like how you stay here. I don't like how you jump there. Now we have things to work on. We'll start working on it. It's not a rocket science. It's not a one day. It's a continuous job.
Can I add to that? I think that 1 minute, please. I think that what he did, in my own perspective, I think is right. And the reason why is this: Nigerian constitution, he can't go against it. If he say all the things that we are expecting him to say, just like somebody just said to us, that if you move to another state and you live there for 6 months, you're literally part of that state. If he says what you're thinking he should have said, he's going against that constitution. So just like I brought up and somebody else brought up, the problem is they already made all these suggestions that they kept in archive. Nigeria is not structured the way it should be structured. That's where I think the problem is. What just came up now is something that everybody has in mind. We all have that in mind, but we're not saying it out. But the election helped for people to actually spit it out. Now that they spit it out, like you rightly said, it didn't start it now. It's been like, this is history. It happened. It has been happening, but they decided to put it under the rug. Nobody wants to talk about it. But the thing is, they've already worked on 5 different solutions. Let's put one of them to use. Let's understand. My own perspective is this: Nigeria is not a country. Like me, I'm Yoruba Nigeria. I'm Yoruba first. If you can like and say that, oh, I'm Nigeria first, before, you're lying to yourself. The first language that you speak is your mother tongue. That's your first language. Nobody speaks Nigeria. Nigeria does not, nobody speak that language. Your language is your cultural language. Respect that. Once we respect that, then all the leadership in Nigeria comes to the table. This is how we should have done this. We made mistake in the past. Let's come together. You hold your own corner. I hold my own corner. If you can live any way you want, but when you go to that corner, respect them. When you come to my corner, respect them. Follow the law. You can marry, build a house, do whatever you want, as long as you respect the rule of law. That's what I think.
Yeah, you are right. I'm not
Can
saying what you say.
Sorry, can I interject very quickly? I won't be long.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on. Is that Shola?
Brother Riade,
Do we have Shola? Hold on.
I'm here. Yeah.
I especially agree with
Hold on,
a lot.
Hello. I
Can
think
you please hold on, please? Let's hear from Shola. Shola has been trying to come in. Then I'll come back to you. Yeah. Shola, let's hear from Shola.
all right.
How
Thanks.
are you?
Thank you so much. And then, this is my first time joining this conversation. I used to watch you guys on live, and I'm calling from Canada. Right. Well, from my name, I'm Yoruba. But one thing I want to I see here is that I'm really happy.
Are you sure you are Yoruba?
Yoruba Nimi. I'm really happy.
I'm just joking. Continue. Yeah.
I'm really happy that we are at this stage in our lifetime in Nigeria. Because if we don't deal with this issue, it's going to cause a lot of trouble for us in the future. So I'm really happy that this election brought us to this level, because we all know that we have been putting this behind us, despite that this is staring at us. Having said that, I don't want to beat about the bush. Now the solution is this. Number one, we have a faulty constitution. Whatever you want to do, you have to do within the ambit of the constitution. Once the constitution does not allow you to do that, you are in trouble. So if you want to play race, you want to play tribalism, you want to play anything, it's going to go against the constitution. So we have a problem. Number one thing is that we need to bring down that constitution and review it, in which every stakeholder will have a say in the constitution. That's why you bring the issue of, how we want ourselves to be governed. Is it regional? Is it statewide? So I'm a Yoruba man now, for example. I love my culture, and I want anyone who wants to come to my space to respect my culture. So that's number one. Number two, we need to learn how to listen to one another. We don't listen. Over the years, I've seen the way our culture has degraded, to the point that this current generation that we have now, they don't listen. They are too aggressive. They lack history. And once Yoruba they say, you don't know where you're coming from, you're going to make a mistake. We know where we're coming from. We've experienced civil war. We know where we are. Excuse me. Sorry. We know how we got here.
Before no again. So like before no again now.
Yeah, already look. Sorry about that. So we know how we got to this place. We should not deceive ourselves. This current youth generation, they do not have any single altar of history in them. They think life is just anybody can come. No. We know that we are not one. We are just deceiving ourselves. We are not one. And I'm not preaching hatred there, but I'm preaching that there is a fundamental problem with us. Once we address fundamental problem, put everything within the confine of the Constitution. So we all act within the Constitution. So once we do that, then number three, we need to demonetize the political class, so that if you are going to go into politics, you want to serve. The money that is there, the Constitution should take it away. Before you can get to a position that a governor, maybe a governor or a senator, you must have a job. So, and then once you have a job, you're not going there because of the buoyancy and the juicy of the salary or the package. You are going there because you want to serve, because the money there make it ridiculously low, that it won't be enticing. It won't attract anyone, but it only attract people that have passion to serve. Once you do that, because in my place here, by the grace of God, I still with the mayor here, because I'm a physician. I sit down with the mayor, we talk. My mayor in my community has a job, right? Has a job that he does. He only gets allowances when he sits in his council. When he's off the council, he doesn't get money. So what I'm saying is that once we remove that, put down the Constitution, I'm telling you, all the thuggery, all the fighting, all this I no go agree, it won't happen. You will see that all of them that want to go in that class, they want to go there because there's no money there. I'll rest my case for now.
Thank you, Shola. Let me quickly land my school of thought. I'm not far from what everybody have said. Like Nigeria problem is a collective effort. It has so many sides to it. If one should say we have a silver bullet to solve it, that person is joking. Now, let me quickly say this. We have 3 stages of sitting down and talk about our problem. We have to sit down in a local stage to talk about our problem. We have to sit down in the national space, which is with the government. That is our fathers, our traditional rulers, elites. Sit down with the government and negotiate and discuss how the country they want to live be like. Then the people, now the locals, the national space, which are our fathers, our traditional rulers, our elite, and the government, we sit down with the national body to discuss with them how they want their country to be. Now, sometimes we undermine so many things. In 1920, if you go and check Banana Republic, what Common Banana did to Peru, Nicaragua, Cuba, Venezuela, almost 6 countries there.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question, please? As somebody that values culture like I do, and I know you value tradition like I do, right? And I appreciate that. How did you feel when you had Badebo Chinedu talk about Oro being fetish and diabolic? How did that upset you as someone that values tradition?
Yeah, you see, yesterday, I think you guys didn't hear Benin. I spoke Benin to my brother. He's not here now. He's Ero Noselu. He was talking about.
So no, what is you were cursing us? You were cursing us yesterday.
No. The guy was so bitter. He was He was repeating what some people said about their father. Like in Benin, we can never pronounce the monarch, their father of Lagos. That's their father, whatever was that. And he was repeating it. And I spoke to tell him to first of all spit away. People didn't notice. He first spat away or spit away. In Benin, we say that it's a bad spit that came out from your mouth. It's not the word to the palace. His party was said, "Man, don't say that again because you're not repeating what this person said. It's like you're the one insulting that palace." Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Now, what Badibo did, sometimes there are certain things, tradition, we should not talk about because we are not talking about it. It's like now we are the one doing the very thing that guy we are accusing of. And I know it's very complex thing. You notice yesterday, today, they were talking about traditional thing. I hardly respond to it because I'm a very traditional person and I understand some certain things I don't need to put my mouth.
No. The reason I asked is because you said they should incorporate them into government.
Yes.
So
that's what I can.
If you have government that don't even believe in the according fetish or demonic or whatever, how can you get forward?
Let me quickly say something to you first. You see a president or you see a governor, when he's in power, he'll be undermining the. Okay, let me start like this. When he is a councillor, he'll be aspiring to become a chairman. When he becomes a chairman, he aspires to become a House of Rep. When he becomes a House of Rep, he aspires to become a senator. When he becomes a senator, he aspires to become a governor. When he becomes a governor, either you become a minister or a president, which most likely he will not get. But as soon as he finishes governorship, if that is the highest thing he could get, the next he's going to go get what? Chief Executive title. But these are the same stew he'll be undermining. As soon as he get up that governorship or presidency position, the next thing you hear is big crown, is the one thing of this place. Then I'll not always ask myself, if you value this stew so much, why don't you use your power then when you have the power to maintain that stew? Give it more respect because you know you are coming there. That's your last bus stop at the end of the day. Why do you always want to bring it down? Why do you only see that stew as your threat and that's the place you're going to go tomorrow? How do you expect somebody else will respect you? I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. All these people end up taking titles. Even the Azawar, Atiku is not the Waziri of Adamawa. Is it not Buhari's son that make the Emir of one thing?
Yeah, but
all of them.
But do you know how insulting it is for Oni and Oba of Benin to be under a local government chairman? Do you know
you understand those things?
Insulting?
So you understand people have been pushing it. Even Adeboye, is it Adeboye or he have to speak about it one time when he was writing this thing, national unity. Like the traditional rulers must be incorporated into our constitution. But this thing started in the that's why people don't know history. The British did it for for administration purposes. Our politicians did it for political purposes because they have the right, the power to change the constitution. Look at Ghana. When Nkrumah took over, what first thing he did, he reversed everything back to the way it was before. The Ghanaian king are very respected.
I agree with
They
you.
have same level
Oh
with
wait, can I add to this? Actually, based on history, what that guy, because I really don't want to speak about him, but if you go in history, what he did and what he said, there's nothing wrong with it based on history. And I will tell you why. You can only, to him, starting from him, you can only see like 5 generations, I think, before him. And this go way back to slavery time. And this go back to when America had Revolutionary War. There's a guy named Thomas Peters. Thomas Peter, when you look at, if you live in America today, they say something about Uncle Tom.
Oyola,
Yeah.
it's my brother. It's my brother.
This is not your brother. You have to, I'm going somewhere with this. You see everybody that has a name, like they would say like they're either Yoruba or Igbo, but they have English name to them, especially their last name. We all realize that that's the slave master's name that they took while they're which is here's how I want to say it. Every one of us act like the slavery does not affected us, but it does, because one of those people that they took then from 1914, I say 1914, from 1400 up to when it stopped at, I think, is it 1876 or 1860, whenever the slavery stopped, could have been one of our great.
The last slaves were like 1926 or something.
No. It didn't last when America abolished it, because America was the last people to abolish it. Because Portuguese were the first one to abolish it.
Abolishing and when it actually stopped, because the last slave that was picked up was a Yoruba woman, and she gave an interview to the BBC. You can go look it up on YouTube.
Yeah. When they abolished it, that's one. But
the last
the Yoruba refused. They're still selling it. They're still selling. So that you could say that until 19 something. But when they stop it physically, like all the Europeans and the Americans stop it, that's like 18 something. And where I'm going with this is this. If you see everybody that has the English name or the Brazilian name, whatever it is, Thomas Peter fought with the, you have to remember that at one point, America was being run by the monarchy system, the kings in Britain. They refuse all the lands that they occupy. They're still running them. So during the American Revolutionary War, part of Nigerians that are slaves, or might other be some other ones that they picked up in West African coast, the British told them to fight with them against the Americans, and if they do fight with them, they will free them. And part of them that were free later on, after American crushed them, was Thomas Peters, the Ajayi Crowther, his dad. So there's so many of them that went, and they went to Freetown then. And the reason why they didn't go to Nigeria or back to where they took them from was what this guy was talking about, because they felt that their people, especially the kings, they're in the wrong. So if this guy, you can see, his dad is claiming he's Yoruba, like we can't tell, because a lot of them, they're not from, they call them Saro or whatever, they're not from Lagos. They know where they're from, because after 17, whenever I can't remember the day, but it was 1700, after they moved them back to Finland, And Thomas Peters had to fall with the British because he wanted them educated. So a lot of them get educated. That's when they burn Ajayi Crowther and all of them, because the grandchildren of Ajayi Crowther later on, which is Marcus, is he Marcus Garvey? Oh, no, is it, what's this guy name?
About Macaulay.
Yes. They all, after they were educated, and British runs Nigerian kings then, and they claimed the Lagos territory, because they're not educated, they all moved back to that coast. The first thing why they refused to move in the first place, their dad refused to move before they did. That's what he's talking about. And when you look at the history of that Rhodes, you can trace them to learning in Spain, in England, becoming judges, and they had to come back to colony, which is Lagos colony, after British claim it. So what he's saying is not far-fetched. What I think the problem is, one, we don't know history. The kings, they refuse to, maybe they're not passing history down to them, because I felt like, I didn't want to go through this, but I feel like it's something that's paining me, and it's paining a lot of us, especially people, the slaves, the people that were, because to be honest with you, every one of our family members could have been one of those that they took, which, to be honest with you, they took a lot of people. So you could have tell, maybe my great-grandfather was one of them, which could be. And Thomas Peter was actually took from Egba, because I'm from Ogun State. He was took from there. So this thing trickled down, and you can see, first problem, this English last name that the slave masters that everybody still have to today, that they think is generation that's trickled down. And the other thing is, we don't understand this. And the diaspora, especially like African Americans, and they still mad. Like, come on, man, Jamaica, all of Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados.
Can you bring it back to the Nigerians?
Well, see,
going too far.
Bringing it back or we don't, this still trickle down. I'm just trying to have you seen how this guy is thinking. And I'm sure that they have conversation in their family. And if they still have that history, they're passing it down to him, telling him stuff. And for him to be able to be outspoken about it, I felt like there's a depth to what he's saying, but he's just saying it on the surface. So sometimes I like to see things in other people's perspective instead of trying to judge them quick. What he said, to be honest with you, is condemnable. I don't accept it. I think it's wrong. But you have to try to see it from another perspective as well, that there's something that makes him did what he did.
But you're running for to be governor of a state that has predominantly Yoruba people, and that's culture.
That's why I'm so happy that we are where we are right now, because I tell you the truth, things will never remain the same again. Yeah. So,
they said the same thing during Namdi time.
I don't open IB.
Yes.
So, wait, sorry. This Mr. African guy wanted to speak since I interjected him.
That's what I want to do. Thank you, everybody. My Africa, you always came at the late hour, but no problem. Let's just forget about. Let's go back to politics. I think we are going deep in 1940, 1960.
We have to, sir. We really have to, sir.
That's Thomas is my brother.
Please, I'm working.
My brother.
I'm here to
no, that's not
my Africa. I don't know. Maybe you are following the conversation.
Yeah,
we have been having.
I actually came in. Yeah.
You want me to ask you question, or you know what you want, or you want to say something else?
Yeah. I want to say something. Yeah. Yeah, hello everyone. I actually came in to sort of like to disagree gently, nicely with word pace. And I think what you said in terms of like tribe, I disagree because tribe isn't. I don't think there's anything uncivilized about tribe. So what it means in terms of tribe is just as simple as woman being from the
But
you
my
going to say
Africa,
hello.
they say we should look between that tribe. We
No,
should
no,
use
no, no, no,
ethnic.
no, no. Because human being, even from the ancient time, right? It's all like people that share the same language, same maybe religion or spirituality, and all of things like that. So, and that's what it means. And then, of course, it then go expanded to say, for example, Yoruba or Igbo. And this is why I really agree with a lot of things Oria they said in terms of it. At the end of the day, we are not one. Not really that we have anything against my Igbo brother or Hausa or Fulani, but it's just the fact that you get to a point when you just realize that it's difficult for it to work in terms of, and that is all evidence to see. So, and then what is something that you said again about village. I disagree with that as well because I live in the UK and I work in local government for a long time before moving to another sector. And in the UK, people that live in the village, they so more cherish it. And even when there is a new development coming into they're like building more houses and all of that, they don't want it to change. They just want it to be like that. They are proud to be living in the village. And even though the parliament people and the politicians, they all have, even though they nicely call it countryside as well, like they have country home, and they want it protected. So village isn't really a bad thing. But then lastly, I'm just going to say that the whole thing about Oro and all of that. As a Yoruba man, and I love culture as well and all of that. So I will disagree with anyone that says Oro is fetish or something. It's not. It's just part of.
My Africa,
Yeah.
take a cheap pasigba from my boy. It's not something they can about for you.
I mean, I don't have anything against him as in what he stands for and all of that in terms of getting into politics. But obviously, in terms of culture have to be preserved. This is what our ancestors were doing before colonization, before all of those. So, and every part of the world, they try to protect their culture, to try to protect their thing. So I wouldn't say or I'm not going to say it's fetish. So okay, that's me done. Thank you.
Mr. Africa. Sorry, Thomas. Mr. Africa. I have to quickly say this. It's
Okay.
my opinion. I cannot impose it on anybody. Like I said, the Nigeria problem have varies at different side to it, But for me, I feel that most words, the English word we use to identify ourselves, that's the beginning of our problem. Not until we start identifying ourselves with our own words. You can say anything you want to say, identify yourself with your own Yoruba word, which of course you know the meaning. But we're looking at our problem through a white man lenses. It will never work. Yes, I say stand by it. When you do stronger research, you will know one day that word tribe how's it called? The relative word, how you say it. The word chief.
No, you see what? Sorry to that. I'm not. That's why I say I disagree gently. Of course, I do respect your. I do respect your opinion. But I'm just going by. I'm going at the bigger picture of what tribe is, like the origin of it. So let me give you one example. Say Okay, so as we are here, right? So you are, I've listened to you a lot of time. So I know you very well. So I know you live in Japan and all that. So you are Edo or Beni or something. So if you look at Edo, Beni, and like Yoruba, I mean, there are some kind of like history in terms of the link. So, and it's one of the reasons why you possibly feel a bit more comfortable here. I'm not saying you can't go to another platform, but if you are suddenly find yourself on a platform where most of the majority of the people there, they are Hausa, Fulani, and then they are having discussion. I mean, it's not that you hate them or you don't like them, but you possibly feel more comfortable, and this is a reality. So when you look at I know all tribes come on one man platform to speak, but the fact remains that when you do head count, and you notice that majority of the people are Yoruba or South, and when you go to another platform, so it's the reason why it's just, I don't know how to really explain it. It's because it's so humans are tribe, and they tend to be a bit more comfortable with people that are of your tribe. If you suddenly find yourself with among Akan people of Ghana or something, oh, we're still black, we look like the same, but you're not really going to, you're not going to be 100% feel comfortable. So that's what it means. So people that you can, maybe sometimes you can, if we start speaking Yoruba now, I would possibly enjoy it more. But of course, this is an international platform, English, so other people can be able to. But if it's to be speaking, I'll feel really very comfortable. So that's what I mean by tribe. Because
okay, let me quickly ask this question. Sorry, before you move forward.
It's not really that word tribe itself. It's just what it means.
I know. Let me quickly ask this question. You live in England. Let me just say,
I do.
In Chelsea.
Yes, I do.
I think the word clansman is more familiar over there than tribe, right?
I understand what you mean. Like, I haven't really seen much people talking about saying tribe in England. I agree with you in that sense, but I'm just talking in terms of like a bigger bit, not rather than just the word itself, but what it means.
Yeah, I get you. Don't get me wrong. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that if the people we're trying so bad to be like, not like we are trying to be like white people, but we're trying to attain the goal of the achievement, you understand, and the development, and we are using their policy, their policy comes to democracy and all that, then we should try and still take a good part of it. I mean, better part of themselves to make an example of ourselves. If they don't use word tribe for themselves, they use it more word of clansman. In America, they'll say I'm a East Coast or West Coast. I'm from Detroit. They will avoid they identify more of their states. They are counting more than.
Again, I'm not going about saying, okay, I'm a tribeman or whatever. But what I'm saying is, so even in England, for example, you have English, Welsh, Scott. If you like, that is also of course, might not really call it tribe, but what the meaning of tribe? That's what it's the people that identify as one, that speak the same language, and it's the reason why Scottish, they want to have their own. If Wales are given opportunity, so I understand. But let me just, I mean, we understand each other in terms of, I respect your opinion, and I'm sure you respect mine as well. We understand.
Of course, I respect your opinion.
We understand what it means in terms of, but something that you said that I want to actually quickly use to finish, that reminded me of something, is to take example of from the things that they do well, that we can. So, and that takes me to politics. Let me just speak to politics now to round up. I think I was actually thinking about this a few days ago when I was researching the video, and I remember that in Britain, right, they don't have what we have as a state in Nigeria, which is we're using American style, where we tend to borrow from different places. So we use American style state governor, right? But in Britain, equivalent of a state is county, and council, which is a state in Nigeria, they don't have governor. They don't have the leader. Is called chief executive. It's not is not elected. Is just like a technocrat who is just appointed that, okay, based on, they do interview and all of that, and then it is the chief executive, and then whenever that person, maybe move on or whatever, just like a normal job, and then somebody else comes in. So, but having said that, they do have councillor, county councillor, and then also equivalent of local government in Nigeria is also called local government here, or borough local government, or borough council, or city council. So they have councillor as well. So, but the point is that the councillors, like I can't remember somebody that mentioned that already, they don't demonetizing. Somebody mentioned demonetizing. So they don't. This councillor, they only just get salary. It's not really a lot, and it's the reason why they claim for their they travel and they claim for mileage and all that. Every tiny penny they claim for it, because what they are getting as salary is not really a lot of money. So it's not really that everybody really killing each other that they want to be a councillor. So, but to finalize, the point is that governor in Nigeria, I think is one area that maybe they should scrap it really, part of demonetizing, to just appoint somebody that people will apply, and then they interview them, the councillors with some other people. They just like interview them, and then they give them job based on what they can do, and then they can be sacked as well if they don't perform. So I think that's one of the things that we need to look at in Nigeria in terms of part of demonetizing the politics, so that the number of people that kill, even if it's one person that kill, it doesn't really, the blood of people doesn't worth all the shenanigans that go on with everybody too desperate to get in there. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. African, sorry,
Yeah.
I see you listen to me a lot. Sorry, probably I'm the yam head in this platform, but sorry if my no, it was a joke now.
I follow the platform everywhere, even though I don't come up that much to speak. I follow. I know everybody, really. Everybody that are all the regulars. I know you very well. So even though I haven't really spoken before.
Quickly,
all right, thank you, everyone.
Quickly, let me say this before you go. Let me say this before you go, please. Listen to this before you go.
Yeah.
The problem of Nigeria, when some people say put down the constitution, and some people fight but don't put down the constitution. The both are right. But the problem of Nigeria is this, to my opinion. We practice federalism, true federalism, which is American style of constitution, right? That is our constitution we have. But how we practice it is more like a British style of government. I don't know if you understand. Now, in a true federalism,
yeah, that's why it's all confusing, isn't it?
Yeah. So in true federalism, you don't have anything like SAN. In America, you don't have anything called SAN. Senior Advocate of Nigeria is not there. A lawyer is a lawyer. A judge is a judge. But in British style of government, I think they have SAN, justice, and all that. Now in true federalism, they have Supreme Court judge. They don't have like kind of justice. In Nigeria, you have justice, Supreme Court. It's model of they use America and London. You merge it together. How will it work? Our police system, rank and file. We are practicing true federalism, but our rank and file is mixed between British and America. America have brigadier. British don't have brigadier. British have brigadier. America have brigadier general. But in Nigeria, you see a brigadier general. How can you have that two ranks in one formation? So there's a lot of problem in that constitution. When some people say pull it down, I understand. When some people say don't pull it down, we can work on it. I understand too. But people have really sat down to understand what they're going to work on, and that's why I said our solution to our problem is a very common solution, but we are using a rocket science to solve a common sense solution. That's the thing I want to tell you. Thank you for giving me your time. Thank you, Mr. Africa.
Yeah, thank you, Wolfpeace. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Hello? Where is Babati? Still there?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think that was a good one from you, Wolfpeace, and I am African. You guys have really spoken well, and I think I agree with some of your, submissions. Having said that, I think, yeah, part of there's a confusion, and that's why we're all confused in that country, because the whole system is just mixed up with different kind of
It's all about
system.
copy. We copy people that we don't know how they do their things.
Different spaces. Now we need to look inward, and like you said, sit down, involve the stakeholders, and I want us to really, really know one thing in our discussion, which I really found out in the course during this election and this electionary period, that everybody is speaking, no one is listening, and I've never seen the way we are so. Some of us were so aggressive to the point that we don't want to listen or see or reason with my fellow brother who is what he's saying. We're just fixated on what we want, and if you don't get what we want, then we want to scatter everywhere. You know, that's not civilization. We're not civil. We need to be civil in our discussion. We need to be civil in the way we interact with people. You know, and for one thing I want to say is that we are people of culture, whether we like it or not. Culture is very important. I don't know. We need to inculcate that culture into our constitution, because we cannot disrespect our culture. We cannot. Igbo culture, yes, everybody should respect their own culture. My own culture, Yoruba culture, no one should disrespect my own culture. The Hausa's culture, we should not respect their own culture, because when you come to anybody's land, the way you know you are civil is that you live amicably, you live well with them, respecting their culture and their way of life. And culture is just the way of life. You don't come to somebody's space and disrespect his way of life. That will be chaos. So we need to respect one another when we are living in another person's space. That is important. We need to always put ourselves in another person's shoe. Now, having said that, I know that our younger generation don't really care, and because history has been cancelled, nobody is telling them. They're not reading history. They're not reading. All we have there is computer. During our own time, when we were all grown, I'm not sure how many of you are my age here. There was no computer, nothing. We have to go to library to get material stuff, all that. So we're reading. And the generation here, they don't read. Everything is computer. Just whatever anybody does tweet, that is what they read. What everybody does, and they just run out of things. And so their knowledge is so shallow, information is so shallow. And that's why they are acting from their reflex level, from their spinal level. You know, we need to sit down and begin to reason and begin to see, how do I live amicably with my neighbor? And once we start doing that, then we'll begin to move forward and be civil in our discussion, not to shout down anybody, not to call anybody with any kind of name just because he or she does not, agree with your presentation or your idea. That does not mean we should think that person is he doesn't have sense. We shouldn't be doing that. Then one thing I want to say is that our obas was given a place, because if you look at the English system, the monarch, that house, what they call that house in England, where this
Buckingham Palace.
Buckingham Palace. I can't see how the prime minister would tell the Buckingham Palace, tell the king or the queen how it should run, how it should sit down. It's not possible. Even they are civilized. These are people who are copying. I've never seen a prime minister, which is equivalent to the president, will begin to dictate to the king or the queen what he or she should do. But in our own place, you see a small boy will tell the king, "Shut up, sit down." This is not the way we are.
You are useless. You are useless. Useless thing.
What kind of civilization is that? No, this is not the Yoruba I know. This is not the culture I know. Because you are civilized, you have gone to school. Can you be more red than the English people? More red than English people. They brought this into us, and they respect their own culture. I've never seen any councillor, any mayor, or any MP or prime minister will look at the king's face and tell him, "Shut up." Even before they
Shola, let me just come in there. I watched a document from Queen before they passed may her soul rest in perfect peace. I saw their female one almost kneeling down as the females one all normally greet in Yoruba land, bending, holding their two knees, bending, going there. They don't go so on the floor. They just bend down. I said, wow. I said, so these people still have they have culture too, even though they are red, as Yorati said, but they still have culture, and they still at least they still give some respect in their to greet. To it really wonders me. It
Yes.
wonders me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And every prime minister that comes in the UK, before he will go to Buckingham Palace. He will go there. I've never seen the king going to meet there. No, it's not possible. So these are people that are
Okay, can I put something a little bit here, please,
Yes,
if
sir.
I'm permitted? These Midwest people.
Yeah.
Now, my brother, you see,
Yeah,
may God bless you for what you just reflected in this place now. See, this 99 constitution is from Satan. It has destroyed Nigeria. It was
it's from Satan.
this of our king. This is where the whole nonsense started from. Now, these children growing up, they don't have culture, they have no respect, they think life is just like that Google and YouTube. That's all. And they use YouTube mentality to address everything. In the nearest future, there's going to be a lot of calamities. I hope you're getting what I'm saying now. So we need.
We don't pray
you lost my voice.
We can hear you. We can hear you. You are breaking, but we can hear you.
Okay, my brother, look. Okay, wait to see. Somebody said my father is a Yoruba, but he cannot speak Yoruba language. You know why? It doesn't matter. Now it matters. And something that would matter more than that is coming. I want to ask you a question. If you talk of academic in Nigeria, will you remove Wole Soyinka? Is there any way you can remove him? So Wole Soyinka want to address Yoruba people today. Now that grammar way give a Nobel Prize now he wants to speak, not be Yoruba. Did the Yoruba language make him a Dawson? Didn't he make Nigeria proud? Huh? So my dear, you see these people, this 99 since then come. This is not a constitution. I don't know people who sat down. The reason why they wrote it is just that power. The same power they were dragging for before the independence that destroyed the country. That's what they were, trying to aim at. But I pray that what is playing out today, it should not become violent. It will play out where we will learn from it. And we will now see area where we can come together and say, indeed, there is a problem. Let us address it. Thank you for what you just said, because our own generation, Papa, Mama, imagine you as a Yoruba. Just see, I'm in 11th century. According to what they have found out, Ododu Waren, my ancestor was able to keep that name. He never died. Your own as a Yoruba kept it. That's why the narration made different. Ife was there. Uhe is there. Imagine people who were able, they didn't go to school. They were keeping it for us. They teach us, another one teach the other one. It was oral. Aura, I mean to say. What are they teaching our children today about their identity? Nothing. No history in school. Papa have no time for children to teach them whom they are. So we should respect these people we consider illiterate. For them being able to keep our identity for us. So people are searching for their identity. If you look at their history, before they make two sentences, they will come attack your Yoruba history or Edo history so that they can make their own out of it. So, my dear, the situation is very bad. I have never seen a situation because this election has exposed so many things. But I pray that if we expose it, it will not kill us.
This election, no. I really know people. Now today I know Nigerians. No.
With this election, with what is playing out, and I know that we have a serious problem. A serious one. But may it not destroy our property, may it not consume the life of innocent people. But may God help us that as we debate it, we now start coming to a point that we are. Really, though we are different, but if there is truth, we can coexist. Thank you.
God will not help us if we don't help ourselves. What you can do for yourself, God will not do it for you.
That's true. That's true. And they say corruption.
It's true.
Corruption.
I agree with
corruption.
You. I agree with you.
Corruption destroy absolutely, and
I agree with you, my brother, because it's a serious
and
issue.
corruption
You know,
destroy.
I don't understand.
Corruption affect every fabrics of life. Corruption. Now, let me make a quick example.
Yeah, it's very bad.
Yeah, you know, now we travel. We're traveling out of this country is a bigger problem than what we're talking about, because it creates a vacuum of knowledge of our this culture we're talking about. We cannot pass it to the next generation. We are here in abroad. The one that is growing up at home, you're growing up not to meet any father or uncle or sister to tell him or he or her or she or whatever how to go about life. What they knew, what they taught them, how to pass it to them. They're just like a robot that you press, go this side, come this side. Now, why do we travel? It's because the country is not good. That's why we started traveling in mass for a greener pasture. Now, when I was growing up, I grew up my life, most times of my life, that my bigger brother, my first elder brother traveled to America in 1976. My father started traveling to America. My father were the people the government took to train in London. So that one is understandable, my uncles. But when I was growing up in my area, my big brothers were at home. My uncles, the area people, those are the people, they'll say it takes a village to raise a child. The same thing your mom will tell inside the house. The same thing the man that you pass on the street will tell you too. So you understand
There's no difference.
There is no
difference.
No difference. You know that there's an environment. I say environment and society. I say environment and people, or environment of society influence people. The environment you are, the society you are, influence the way you grow. So if everybody tell you the same thing, you understand this thing is wrong or this is right. Now look at it now. There's divorce up and down in Nigeria. There's disrespect everywhere. There's corruption everywhere. We just feel okay, it will fix it. It's a bigger problem. Who will fix it? Is in abroad. People that can speak, they are abroad. People that cannot speak, they're not the one at home being counselor, doing whatever they like. Some people that became House of Rep, they even know what is life. But they are there today. How can they pass the right constitution? Just imagine now, like we come back home and the guy that's House of Rep is like 4 times our junior. Don't you know many things we will tell them that we will pass through, see the way life is, this is how you do things, this is how you do things. That's how you begin to fix things. Corruption, people that's benefiting for corruption, they don't know it will boomerang. They just see it right now. Okay, I'm making money. If I'm sick, I'll go to London to treat myself. But you are putting like on that 10,000 people life in danger. But you just see now, in the next 10 years, you become worse. You see how corruption is very bad. So we must sit down and say, any country that became successful, they decide to do away with the past life that was hindering them. They were pulling them back. It's not a rocket science. They say, okay, we know everybody wants to enjoy. We know, but okay, this life is not going to favor us. Let's do this. Even if we want to enjoy, but this is what we are by to. This is what will run the country. For example, look at Philippines. When one of these are crazy presidents that came before this one, when it was coming, it was drug problem, it was epidemic, it was pandemic. There was so many corruption in Philippines, and the guy came out and said, "I'm going to clear off the drug traffickers, the junkies, and all that from the street. I'm going to fix the economy." Actually, it started in a very brutal way, but the people came to and said, "Yeah, this is how we want it." They were executing people. The crackhead that's no longer used for the society, he's gone. It's just a waste of the country. They're putting people in jail. They came together. Look at Philippines. They are rebounding back right now because the people came together and say, this is what we want. There's nothing that is easy. The problem we have in Nigeria, we like a shortcut, an easy cut. Anything you enjoy today, people died for it yesterday so that you could enjoy it today. We must learn how to make sacrifices for tomorrow. We must come together like this was going. If we decide this was going to do, this is how we want it. Sure, believe me, by the time we are facing the difficulties, it will not be that hard for us because we understand and we expect we are going to face the challenges. This is what is coming for us. But if we don't come together and decide this is what we are going to do, when the challenges come, we will just break up easily. That's why you say anything in Nigeria start, it does not finish because we never came together to decide it. Somebody just imposed it on us. Let's do this. You don't know if it's the will of the people. Now, by the time people start doing it and they start seeing challenges, I say, I beg, I don't figure die. I beg not my person, it's not my house, it's not my papa. No, that's why things does not really work out. In Japan, when the economy recessed in 2008, my Japanese friend, they slashed their salary. So at one point I was saying that, they slash you guys' salary. Why don't you protest and all that? And the guy said something in Japanese. I said, the last thing says shogana. Shogana means it is life. We have to accept it. They accepted the fact that the country is passing through hardship. The people have to break their back so that the country will stand. And they all put everything into work to make sure they pass through that economic crunch that time. And look at them today. Who will do that in Nigeria? Who will decide to say, today we will stand and face the challenges of Nigeria? It's not going to be easy, but at the end of the day, they're going to be light at the end of the tunnel. We are not ready to say that yet. The man that is in the north that is having 8 children, having 4 cows, he does not have problem. He does not even use money, so he doesn't worry about money. The one that is in the creek that is seeing fish does not have problem. We must bring everybody together and show them the immediate problem we are facing, the danger of tomorrow, so that we come together and decide this is how we want it. Laws are not made for men. Laws are made for people. How the people will go. It's not going to suit you. They're not designed to suit you. If they're designed not to suit you, then that law is biased. You must put a law that guards the people who are bad to it. This is how we want it. There's no perfect law. There's no country that have a perfect law. But how you abide to that law is the way that is the road to perfection for that law. It's not sweet. In Japan, if they arrest you, 4 days you don't see light. It doesn't happen in any country. It's compulsory. 4 days, no lawyer will see you. No human. No how many times you go to Japan, you see human right. Japan here, you see human right everywhere, because their law is a draconian law in a disguise. When they arrest you, the police don't come. They don't come and they don't arrest suspects in Japan. The Japanese don't have evidence for you. The police don't come. Even it's 100 years, they leave you play. But then they come, they already decide your case. When they come, they arrest you. The 4 days you don't see light. And their release date is either 4 days, 11 days, 21 days, or 3 months. No lawyer will sue them to court, because they all accept the law. That's why the country is good. They know every Japanese kid, any offense they do, they already know the offense. They don't cry, please God forgive me. They already know their offense. They'll go and serve it. That's the country that works. If anything happened in Nigeria, call commissioner of police. Those days when we were growing up, I remember some people would arrest their sons. Said, arrest him, lock him up. Hey, he didn't sleep at home. He's following some bad gang. Arrest him. Nobody will
please,
do
can I
this.
interject?
Continue, my brother.
Yes. Folly. You're welcome. Yeah. How are you? How are you doing? Yesterday we couldn't hear from you because of your battery. Your battery messed up. That is Nigerian factor. How are you doing, my brother?
Thank God, we're fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank God. Yeah. Yes.
I think.
And I have a couple of questions from you as well. Yeah, coming.
Okay, I think I love the way you guys actually narrate and explain what is happening to Nigeria this morning. I can see the passion that everybody is now putting in place to make sure Nigeria get it right. Because from the past, Nigeria can decide. A Nigerian can decide to pass through Mediterranean Sea just for him to go and look for green pasture, instead of him staying here to build his own country. And I think the problem of Nigerians will actually solve by those people who are already exposed, who have the exposure, who know how the community works over there. And at this junction, I'm actually seeing the future. I'm saying it that we're actually having a future now, because when people are rising up for a cause that wants to be standing up for, and I think it's a sign of a freedom for everybody. And the first person that did that actually encouraged most, the reason why I actually support Showore is because of someone living in America, and he came to Nigeria to come and be protesting on the streets in Nigeria. That alone give me that respect for him. That wow, this guy. So before I started following him and try to know what this guy actually stands for. But today, I believe all Nigerians are now rising up for the same cause. So it's a good development in our system. So this is Africa, not even Nigeria. This is Africa problem generally. You know, one of my guy was actually saying something the other time. He was talking about governors, the state we have in Nigeria, and some people don't believe that Nigeria doesn't suppose we don't supposed to have a state, because if we want to copy America, America is like Africa. They have their governors there, and the governors they have there, they hold the territory. Like it's supposed to be Nigerian, Cameroon, what's it called, Ghana, all the countries in Africa supposed to have their own governors, not the president, the way we claim it. But we are running a system that we don't even understand, and we care not to understand it. We have our culture here, we have our own space, we have our own things, we have the way we do our own things here. But unfortunately for us, we copy people who doesn't have the same ideology with us, who doesn't have the same environment with us. For example, when somebody that is, you're actually a marketer, and you are going to market to go and market people, and you are wearing suit, you still tie up inside sun, and because you think people are dressing like that somewhere, and you don't even look at your own head that there is a sun here, there is heat. People that wear tie over there is just to buckle up their neck so that the cold will not enter their chest. But you are inside sun here. You want to go out inside sun, and you are still tying tie. So these are the column mentality that all of us were carrying around in Nigeria. And until we start discussing it, we can't be able to break all this problem we have. But thank God this morning, listening to you guys, wow, I give myself that hope, that future. I think we are getting there. So for that, I give you guys 100% kudos this morning for what we are discussing here. It's our problem, and we have to know it. We have to talk about it. But we need to understand where the problem is coming
Thank
from.
you for the.
Yeah.
Let's go to policy. I think we are deviating from policy a bit. GRP said that guy needs to be flogged in the market square. He said that Oro is fetish and diabolical. And I know you are a Yoruba man.
Okay.
What do you think that guy is up to? I don't understand him. Listen to him in his own words.
The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians, spiritually with their fetish diabolic rites that were done during the day, and physically with.
So that is from Alvin himself.
You can't blame me, because there is one other Yoruba land that said Omotoba Solenu also Apoyako. Yes. So this is a guy. I actually love the guy. I love the movement, but he's not what to lead Yoruba space. He doesn't have the charisma, the value to lead a community that actually meant for Yorubas. Because he can't even speak Yoruba. He can't even speak Yoruba at all. And this is a lesson to every one of us. That is, we are raising our children now. They can't speak our dialects. It's a lesson to us as well. We are learning from him, because his parents make that mistake for him. So if you call our culture a fetish, I can't blame him. It's what he has already known, what he has already put in his brain. What these people call fetish is what I actually see things as if before the coming of Christianity or Islamic in Africa, we have our own culture and we have our own prophet here. But as a Yoruba man, what we can call our culture, our prophet here, is Orisha here. Orisha simply means people who are special being, who have knowledge more than others. That's what Yoruba call Orisha. But when they came here, they tag it as if it's something bad for us here. Who are the Orisha we talk about here? All these Eshun, Shango, Obatala, Oya, Obeten in Yoruba land. It's the same thing Elijah, Moses are doing over there during their own time. and they call them prophets in their own space. But our own here, what we can call them here is Orisha. They are human beings like us. They are not a spirit. It's not like that. They are spirits. They are just human beings. But they have the power to do things the same way Elijah can do things in his own space there. But unfortunately for us, Elijah, even Solomon that even have 600 wives, 300 concubines, make its way to Bible, and they call him a man after God's heart. And the people that we have here, I've not even heard of any one of them having 600 wives here. And they call them fetish. They give them name so that we will see them as if they are evil. So these are the culture. These are the things that they already take away from us. And by the time we started talking about it, we can bring them back to our society. And the system is actually, we are coming there. I think that guy, after this election, he will sit down and rethink on how to, because I heard him saying he already has a Yoruba teacher that will be teaching him how to speak Yoruba. That is a good
That
thing
not
for him.
nonsense? A fool at 40?
No, it's never. You don't blame me. You don't blame the guy. Blame his parents.
Foley, thank you so much
Yeah.
for. I think I love your beautiful presentation, and thank you very much. I just want to say that just to support what you said, that I want to extend it that I blame his regarding GRV. I blame his parents and I blame him. You know why? Yoruba
Okay. Can I talk about that?
At your age,
Do you know, bros? Two things determine people in life. Two things. As you are, the only thing that determines you is your ear and your eyes. Do you believe?
Mm-hmm.
What you hear and what you see will program your brain.
Yeah.
So what
someone,
that guy hear and what he sees is what is affecting him. You
So
can't
let me tell you
think
one thing.
beyond your circle of what you see with your eyes and what you hear with your ear.
And then what you decided to hear, what you have decided to hear, what you decided to see can also affect how you be.
You can decide it when your mind is actually know that thing.
So once you already biased and polarized and you have decided, you have made up your mind, this is what I want to hear. Well, this is what I want to see. For example, now there are things I don't want to hear. I won't tune to it. I won't open my TV to hear that. Or I won't go to that channel because I know that I'm not gonna get anything there, or I will just get something else. So there are things you see and that you can also control what to see and what to hear.
Okay,
Now,
you can only control what you think is you can control. What your mind don't program, you can't control it. Your mind needs to program something before you can control it.
No, you have control over your mind. You can control your mind.
Do you know your mind is actually programmed from the beginning of your life?
Eh?
Your mind actually programmed from the day they give birth to you.
So that's what I'm saying. But by the time you become an adult, and that is why you get punished, or justified.
And that is a punishment for him. That's a punishment for him.
So that's why I'm saying that I still blame him, because I'm not going to blame. If he commit a crime now, I'm not going to arrest his mom or his father, his dad. I will arrest him. So therefore, I blame his parents who didn't train him, but he ought to have trained himself too. He's 40 years thereabout. I think it's 40. I don't know his age. So 20 years of his age, he had the opportunity to train himself to become who he wants him to be. For example, a parent can send you to school, but they can't force you to read. They can't go to classroom with you. You know?
But Shola, that is what he decides to know in life. He decides to learn Igbo, not learn Yoruba.
Exactly. That's why I say you can't say you can't blame him. I blame him for what he
Let me
decided to know.
Let me tell you, you know, parents matters a lot in everything you are doing.
Yeah.
His mom, I'm sure that guy is more closer to his mom than his dad. That is the problem. That's the way the guy got it from.
That is normally for boys. Boys are closer to their mom.
His mom was one controlling him. That's the problem. Starting from the beginning of his life. So he believes in his mom's side than his dad's side. From the beginning, he loved his mom more than his dad.
So that's the problem. That's the problem. He didn't grow up. For example, my mom can tell me, don't go to this house, don't go to do this. I will listen to her. But I'll begin to find out why is she saying that.
But
Why?
Adibin, he has his own dad side. He also have his own mom side. He
Yes.
tried to make the two together. By now, he'll be able to speak his own dad dialect and his mom dialect.
Yeah,
And that will
exactly.
be an advantage to him. But his
Yes.
own mom was one controlling his life all through. Because I listened to that woman on the radio, on the TV, when they are doing the election. I noticed that, oh, this is the woman that brought this man up. The man has to, he will definitely have the problem.
Is it the video where I said I'm the mother of the incoming governor?
Yes, now, yeah, that's video, yeah.
I laugh here too because
That should
why
tell
would you
us
can see the
everything
resemblance,
about that guy.
the resemblance, the attitude, the
Eh,
arrogance,
that should tell us something
the
about that guy.
aggressiveness.
Exactly something about that guy.
Yes. So, and that is why I said I blame both of them because you want to govern me, and the idea you don't respect me. Now look at what I saw again. One of the video I'm not on the news on the news on newspaper is that when he went to meet the Oba of Lagos, did you see that he was putting on his cap?
Because he was not trained that way. He was not trained not to.
No,
even putting on the red cap. The red cap.
Oh,
come on.
That's
in a palace of a king.
Yeah,
a Yoruba man.
That's an insult. So if people cannot see that, we are people of culture. We have our own way of life. Yoruba, we have our own way of life. You can't come in to come and govern me, and you are disrespecting. You don't even know my way of life. And the one I have, you are disrespecting it. And you want me to come and vote for you? That is slavery. That's oppression.
Well, I personally, I don't want to stand like.
It's not about his name. It's not about his name. It's about our culture. We don't care about his name. We don't care about his education. We don't care.
You know, actually share something here yesterday. That when we were talking about culture, we are talking about obas. You know, before when we have obas, before you can even crown you as a king in Yoruba land, you must know what you are going there to take. Because any mistake you make, you are going to pay for it with your life. But that is when obas were still obas in Yoruba land. Before you can even become obas, there are a lot of things you have to sacrifice. You need to eat something, put a lot of things on you, so that whenever you want to step on anything that is not good, that thing will definitely affect you. So everybody you'll be cautioned. So you see the throne as a throne that you have to respect that throne, even yourself. But today, many of our obas don't even respect their throne because those things nobody is doing all those things again. Once you have money now,
you know why they're not doing that anymore? Because they have relegated the position of Oba to be under the governor, under the local government. The day we change that, arrangement through our constitution, whatever, where the cultural are just parallel.
Even the so-called Afobajes, all of them were also into they're also problem. They go for the
side. But for them, they are not autonomous.
Yes, they are not. They're not autonomous.
No.
The governor can look at Sanusi now.
What I'm saying is this: Afobajes as well. They are also evil. Most of them, they are actually after what they want to eat from the Obas. Because I have a lot of people that want to go and be kings in their village. I know how they treat them. They go for the best person that have the money among the contestants. You know, these are the things that affect, like Ori of Fortuna, the present Ori of Fortuna. There was a guy.
So Ifa doesn't choose king anymore.
No,
even
the present Otun in my state, the present guy there, the Ifa said the guy is okay, but there was a guy that is more okay than him. But that one, the town, they will need to gather money to contribute money for him to buy a car. And that's why they go for the one that is a bit okay, not the one they can buy a car for. Because the guy doesn't have money.
That's serious.
So that's the problem we have here. And whenever we have that kind of person, that kind of system in place, when we are talking about our youths of nowadays, people think that those youths are just misbehaving. No. Even parents have lost the parental voice on them. When a father and a mother were collecting 50,000 naira in a month and they have 3 kids or 4 kids in university, how do you think they can have parental voice on them? That is not possible. It's not possible. Because the child will be the one that will be feeding himself, doing a lot of things to sort the family out, sort himself out. So by doing that, the value that we're supposed to have, when this Nigerian problem, bros, it's conquer. It's not something that we can just use our mouth to discuss. It's very deep, very deep.
But don't
When
you
we
think
were
that?
young,
Don't you think that things like and that's why some of the things that happen in the Western world, if we're able to, there are good things here that we can emulate and see if we can implement them in our country. Things like rather than allowing the kid to having kids that like getting to the high school level is free. Everybody must go to, everybody is free. I mean, here, getting to graduate with their high school diploma, it's free. Then after that, if you are going to go to college, university, then you begin to access loans, of different kinds. So these are the things the government should put in place. I don't know, Minister of Education, whatever is going to head that sector.
Bros, I don't know the side you have before the election. I don't know the side. Maybe obedient or bad or whatever. I don't know the
Actually,
side.
I was I was for Shore all this while.
Okay. That's why you are sounding like. That's why you are sounding like.
I wasn't interested in all those. I didn't believe I didn't believe any of them.
And that is why you are.
Believe in them.
That's why you are sounding the way.
But guys, you guys should be ashamed of yourself. Your Showore got 14,000.
That's okay. That's okay. No problem with that.
I was joking.
Okay.
I didn't believe in Tinubu. I didn't believe it because I know it's part of the system. I didn't believe in Atiku. It's part of the system. I didn't believe in Obi. It's part of the system. And
you know what?
No. The new wine.
To me, as if Obi is
the new wine.
Hello, please. Don't let. We want to. We know we'll be having this conversation now. We'll be having our own talk.
So that's why I don't want to talk about them. But since we have an election, and that's
the reason why you are standing, the reason why you are standing the way you are standing is because I will definitely tell you that you are part of people that know what the Nigeria actually need. If anybody follows Showore very well, as in there is any Showore guy you will see, they have the same clear on where to go. But we are not many. That's the problem. We are few.
Yeah.
Go and read Showore manifestos. You will see all these things we are all talking about. Showore has it all. He knows he's a Pan-Africa. Showore teach Pan-Africa history in America. He teaches Africa history in America. People don't know this about him. He understands where the problem is. When Showore was in the palace of Onife, they have issue that day. When they now media. I mean, media can just tell you what they don't even know about it. But what Showore was saying his own is like, Omodegbon, Agbagbon, Lafida Ile Ife. Before, Oba will not just come and write on anybody anyhow. Because Oba will respect you as a person as well. But the king of nowadays believe they can do anything with you and nobody will ask them.
Ogbesele.
So that was the time I have issue in my business. And a man was actually threatening me, trying to fight me. And the best place I think I can go to is palace. No, there was a particular chief in my street. He encouraged me to go to palace. So when I go to palace, I tell them my story. They call one of their to go and bring the man. When the man now came, before the man came, they actually be in support of me. But immediately the man came in, they know he's the son of someone from the palace. Do you know the story change? That was the day I vowed not to go to palace again in my life for anything.
Yeah.
Do you know, before I came back from the palace, I met this guy later from Commissioner of Police on my table that I should come to Commissioner office. Immediately I received the letter, I was very afraid. I called a lawyer. He said I should tell them that I'm not coming on Monday, that I already have where to go to on Monday. That I should tell them I'll be coming on Wednesday. and I picked my call. I dialed the number. I told the guy, okay, please, I saw your letter. I don't want you to look like I'm disrespecting your office. But now I already have a place to go to on Monday, which is very important to my own life. So on Wednesday I'll be there. I'll be there. So when I got to the place on Wednesday, I noticed that they are using this man is a friend to commissioner of police. So he wants to use his friend to cage me. You know, by the time I expressed myself in the presence of the commissioner, he noticed that, oh, this guy is not kind of person someone can just cage. He called the guy and he told him, it's because he asked me to go and sign an undertaking that I'm not going to be doing what I'm doing then. So I said, okay, can anybody ask you to go and resign from your office today? This is my business. You can't ask me to go and sign another taking. This is where I think I can do my business and my business will flourish. So you can't tell me because someone is your friend. So can anybody tell you to go and resign from your table today and you do that without doing anything? He walked me out of his office and I actually go out. When I got to where I supposed to write my undertaking, I told them not sign anything. They should let us go to court. The guy called him that the guy he's not applying. No, he said, let him go, let him come back tomorrow. They delayed me for almost a week. But when they knew that I actually know what I want for myself, he called the man in question, go and settle with that guy. That guy will not take a shit for you. And later, we fight for almost 3 months. When the man now know the effect of what I'm doing in his business, he has to call me. He even actually offer me money. I said, no, stabilize the business. Let's us be enjoying our business. I don't need your money. So by the time we settle that correct, everybody in my state enjoying it. But none of them is aware of what I passed through at that particular time. So since then, I've been seeing myself as if anybody offer you 1 naira, you have 20 naira. You have 100 naira in that person's hand. They just want to buy your 100 naira with one naira. So most problem we have in this country is all of us here, we are looking for where we can get our bread, whereas the whole bakery is supposed to be our own. So the problem we have here is beyond, when someone is angry, is very hungry, you can do any shit with them. And these advantages that the politicians are using for our people. I wish you can witness Nigerian election once. You will lose hope. The only people that can save Nigeria is us here. Except we started coming down.
But we are not in Nigeria. How can we save Nigeria?
Okay, you are not in Nigeria, but I actually know you in your family you have almost 3 or 4 people that will depend on you.
More than 4 people.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, if you call if all of you are begin to call 4 of them and instructing them where to go, how to go, they will listen to you as long as you
go. They don't know the candidate. What do you want to do?
No, it's not about you educating. It's not about if all the Nigerian diaspora begin to call for 4 people, before you know, the candidates will be known.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true. And we have a candidate. We have a candidate who is willing,
to deliver the system. By the time everybody begins to call 2 or 3 people here in Nigeria, you already have the number. Because all of us, there's no family.
Only Shola, take this back, people. Just tell Shores to give up. If politics is not going to work in Nigeria, I said this. Forget it. The next election, if you run the next election, you will get 4,000 votes. The upper one will get 1,000 votes. At the end of the day, you won't even get anything anymore.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. What I want is what Shores stand for.
Okay.
That is what I want. Okay. I always tell people on this platform, don't sell Peter Obi to me. Don't sell Kwakwaso to me. Don't sell Tinubu to me. Don't sell Atiku to me. Anybody that has been in these 2 parties, they are not fit for purpose. If you really want change, go towards Adewale, go towards Showore. That is the change Nigeria wants. Not Tinubu, not Atiku, not Obi, but the Nigerian territory. Nigerian Showore is too brutal. It's too truthful. It's everything of him is too
Do you know?
Nigeria Nigeria is not a true country. Nigeria
Bros,
is not a true. Hero is bad.
and do you know? Wait,
That is what it's based on.
we know. Do you know we have exactly the kind of leader that we desire in Nigeria?
I know, yeah, of course.
Yeah. But the problem we have is this: for a very long time, all these people that cast votes, will fail them because most of them don't even know what governance is all about.
Yes.
We that we know, we did not even educate them about
We
it.
deceive them.
We don't even talk to them at all.
No.
You know, Nigeria.
No, what I'm saying is that Foley, what I'm saying is that the campaign was based on deception.
On deception.
They deceived people all over the place.
And this thing we're talking about.
I saw one video. I saw one video that they showed me in my family platform, and they were showing the video in a one rural remote place in Kaduna, very remote, maybe the southern Kaduna, and I saw those Christian women, innocent women, innocent, very innocent, and they were saying, "We're clapping, Obi, we're clapping Obi," and I said, "Okay, if they ask this woman a question now, why are they clapping for Obi?"
Clapping for Obi, none of them know.
They were so very innocent. They don't have no clue why they do that, but they've been brainwashed that they should go for this. They just people. I don't know.
I know if I say this, people will not believe me. Do you know Tinubu is better than Obi?
What?
The only thing that affects Tinubu, the only thing that affects Tinubu is old age.
Yes, you are right. Of course.
When you're talking about, if you're talking about brain, someone that have brain, and someone that had the revolutionary mind to change things, Tinubu created additional 25 local governments in Lagos, even when the president said he should not do that. And he did that successfully, and he paid their salary for 3 or 8 months and for 2 years without federal government releasing his allocation when he was ruling Lagos as a governor. These are the mind that you know that these people are revolutionized. But the only thing that I'm afraid of is that age, because everything that has to do with age is very important in governance. The age, that is the only thing that make me not to support Tinubu. Because by the time he gave out the work to people to do, many of them will not deliver and will not know because the mental capacity is no more there for him. But in terms of achievement, Tinubu is a greater achiever than Obi. I was looking at Anambra market yesterday. Market floor, as in the market, the whole place was taken over with water. People were crying. Just yesterday. This rain that have not even started yet. And this is a place where Obi will govern for 8 years. I know that the same thing happened in Lagos. Anyway, nobody should take me for that. But I'm just saying that if you are to present a candidate among the 3 of them or 4 of them, Kwankwaso is better anyway.
Foley.
But I will still prefer Obi.
Foley.
Jesus. Oh boy. Oh boy. Show. Ala Outlandish and the boy.
This is exactly the video.
Forget about the shop. Do you know what disease this flood will really cause in the community?
The damages.
A lot of people will go back to they will be poor. There is no pump water in Lagos. But their state, they're still battling erosion. They're still battling erosion in their state, but there's no pump water in Lagos.
But what you just said now, Thomas, was what Rufai said on Arise TV, and I was like, what's this guy saying? I was angry. I'm not angry with you, angry with his comment when he was saying that Lagos, there's no pipeline and no pipeline water running Lagos. And I asked him, the last time there was, you can only talk about maybe Abuja, maybe the Abuja those Metama, Gariki, and Wuse, and maybe some part of some part of those new old Abuja. Is there anywhere in Nigeria since 1980 in the 90s that you've seen a tap water running? Is there anywhere in Nigeria? None. So
No,
when we hear people analyze issues,
like me now, when I was growing up in my streets, there is every Wednesday, Friday, no, 3 times in a week. I can't really remember. They used to give us water. We fetch inside one big bowl that we'll use till the next day. Then the next time they are going to give us water. But now everybody is now drilling a ball in his compound
yeah, everywhere,
for him
all
to
over
drink
Nigeria,
water now. So
all over Nigeria.
this problem is when Erufai was actually saying that, he's actually saying it what we're supposed to be having. So that we don't have it does not mean we will not talk about it.
Yeah.
So it's also right for him to be reminding them that this is how we want to. But you people are not giving it to us. No, he has his right to do that as well. So the problem I think we have here, for a very long time, we've left the space for the criminals for a very long time.
Yeah.
Criminals have taken the asylum of the country. They are the one taking their fears. And in Nigeria's politicians are not even dealing with what is in your brain. What they do with now is work for us as a politicians, carry ballot for us, help us to manipulate votes. By the time we enter, we give you appointment. Either you know what you are coming there to do or not. We give an appointment. You come there, come and enrich yourself, take care of your properties, the people you use for our agenda. These are what destroy Nigeria.
Yeah.
Yes, this is exactly what destroy Nigeria. But by the time we started getting it right, we started putting the right people in the right place, Nigeria will be better. We need to educate Nigerians that governance is beyond who this one is. My party will win the election. No, governance should be based on what does that your party, that your person you vote for, what does he have to offer, and the way these people are even spending our money. You can't imagine someone as a governor want to go for a meeting, and you go with pilots, you go with ambulance, you go with so many jeeps, Prado jeeps, and this is a place where people cannot even have a tractor to work in their farm. So the money that meant for people to develop, they siphon into themselves alone. And after they came out, they have the money to give to people to buy their vote because they know people are hungry. No, these are the educations we need to be giving to our people. Like me now, where I voted, actually I only have one vote in my unit. But most of them were telling me that I should go and run. That if I run myself, nobody will see me and they will go and vote for anybody. I said no. The Nigeria politics don't welcome people like me, because me, even if I have money, I don't have money to come and give to you for election to vote for me. Everything you see me doing with you in this community, I'm just doing it because I want to do it, not because of politics. Okay? But if tomorrow comes, Nigeria change to what we actually want, somebody like me.
Hello?
Do we have
Hello?
we lost Folly?
Yeah.
We lost Folly.
Yeah. Thomas.
Yeah, I can hear you. We lost Folly.
Yes. I think it boils to the point that sorry, that political class is too juicy for and that's what there will be a lot every 4 years, there will be trouble.
Envelope it, give them on your name, let people begin to see. By the time you are now telling them, my guy, this thing is not like this, or it's like this, or they will listen to you. Like me now, for me to capture my street is easy for me. But a lot of streets are there that you cannot capture because people leave them for their own faith. So by the time all of us came out, the little we have, let's inject it into our community. Let them know that they have a son somewhere that is actually thinking about them. So by the time you want to tell them where to go, they will definitely follow you. They will definitely follow you. But the problem is, even our friend that drop out in school, we don't greet them anymore. And these are the people that influence society more. At times, I will leave my office. I will go to park to go and be playing with all these Agbero boys, just to tell them that I'm still here with you guys. I want to align with them. So, but I know one day I will have a struggle. Maybe I want to lead a protest, and they will send one of them to come and attack me. Immediately they see me in front of the protest, one will call me, Oga, Akufoli. So they ask us to come and do this. Oga, leave that place. I can easily confuse the guy that, okay, but when we are doing things and you neglect them, you make them believe that they are not part of you. By the time you want to fight for freedom, they will use them against you.
They will.
Yes,
They will use
they will use them
against
against
you.
you. So all of us, we have this mindset of we have to develop this community development, our friendship. Even if I bet you keep everybody for their own lunatic value. Everybody in this space have their own value. But in Africa, we believe once you cannot speak correct English, we believe you are not part of us. You are not intelligent. And what does a language has to do with intelligence? It is nothing. So these are the areas we are lacking. And the bridges have to be built back, and let's continue to eat the street. By the time we are finished with them, I can bet with anybody before 2027, Nigeria will not be the same again. I'm sure. I'm already pretty sure of that.
Yeah, thank you everyone. I think this session, we've done 6 hours before. This is 4 hours. I think we've touched many things there. I think this is the time to shut down. Thank you, Shola. Thank you, Babasi.
All right.
Thank you, Foley. Thank you, Foley. Everyone that has spoken early. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Good night.
Yeah, thank you, Foley. Yeah, I hope you take care of yourself and your family. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank
May
you.
God bless everyone. Yeah.
Thank you.
I will leave you with this. To jolly go home. You guys are amazing. Our listeners, the chat, the comment section. You are the strength of the platform. When we are speaking here, you guys don't comment. We are nothing. Yeah, you are the strength of the platform. Thank you so much to everyone that sends super chat, to everyone that like us, to the one that hates us. We love you all. But we are here for you, for the betterment of that country called Nigeria. There is nothing else. Yeah, I don't think somebody is paying us to do this. We are doing this for our country, nothing but our country. I will leave with this. We should stop praying. Prayer don't work if we don't go to action. My logic is, what you can do for yourself, God will not do for you. If God continues to do what you can do for yourself for you, it's no more God. It's not what you cannot do for yourself. That is what God will do for you. So Nigerians, stop praying. Go back to drawing board. Take action. Build bridges. Come together in love and peace and in harmony. That is what can move us forward. But if we continue praying, then we don't stick to action, we are deceiving ourselves. Thank you, everybody. May God bless you all. Peace. I'm out.
Oh,
dey sweet us. When it dey sweet us, it dey pepper. They never say something.
As it dey sweet us, we go dey pay them. As it dey pay them, we go dey sweet us. As it dey sweet us, we go dey pay them. As it dey pay them, we go dey sweet us.